come to order. We'll start off with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with golden soil and wealth of toil. Our home is girt by sea, our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing advance Australia fair. Beneath our radiant southern cross, we'll toil with hearts and hands to make this commonwealth of ours renowned of all the lands. For those who've come across the seas with boundless plains to share, with courage let us all combine to advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, and let us sing advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Item 1, attendance apologies, nil. Leave of absence, nil. Condolences, Councillor Castro.
Mr Mayor, I stand to move a motion of condolence following the passing of David Fraser Montgomery, more popularly known to his friends and colleagues as Monty.
Seconder, Councillor Gates.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I should have waited for that. So, Monty passed away after a long and brave battle with cancer on the 10th of August. He was aged 70. A little over 4 years ago, Monty asked me to move a condolence on the passing of his father, so it's incredibly sad to now, just that short time later, to be moving one on behalf of Monty. For my more recent colleagues, I guess, who may not have worked with Monty, Monty served as the city solicitor, and he served with distinction. There's no question about that. For almost 25 years. He started in 1996 and he finished in 2020. It's about 6 months short of 25 years. Monty knew local government back to front and inside out, and in those 25 years I worked with him, I can't ever recall him giving us a bum steer when it came to legal advice. And if a councillor did have a differing opinion, Monty, while always remaining respectful, had no problem in saying, "Councillor, you are wrong." And when a councillor was told by Monty they were wrong, 100% of the time, it proved to be the case. After 12 years as a partner of a law firm in Townsville, Monty spent 2.5 years in the Attorney General's Department before becoming our city solicitor. In addition, Monty's sound advice and expertise in his chosen profession saw him coveted by many, particularly in the fields of government, and he spent 35 years as a legal advisor hang on a sec, stuck here. I know what it is, but I need to get the next bit. As a legal advisor and officer in the RAAF Special Legal Reserve. I just wanted to get that title right. So, and he retired from the RAAF as a group captain. Love came in equally abundant measure to the great respect that Monty elicited. Monty leaves behind his wife Rita, whom he met in 1998. Interestingly, Rita tells me that she was working herself as the Y2K officer for the corporation she was working for, and of course Monty was looking after our Y2K stuff as well. And Rita said that even though everyone thought, or many people thought, that Y2K was a sham, I have to admit I was one of them, she said she just thanks the universe for the sham, if that's what it was. So, so they've been together a very long time. Monty also leaves behind his 3 sons, Christopher, Brett and Elliot, and Rita's 2 children, Sam and Linda. And Rita tells me that Monty was very much a father to them in every sense of the word. Monty also leaves behind his sister Andrea and his mother, Nanette, who's now 94. Outside of a distinguished legal career, service to our nation's military and being a devoted family man, there are a few other things that many of us may not know about Monty. Monty was actually part of the original team that established the North Queensland Cowboys. And he was a die-hard supporter and member from the very beginning and right through to the end. Monty was a skilled and avid sailor. He was often out on his yacht and spent a lot of time in those later years travelling around Australia and also on land as a grey nomad and just taking in the beautiful offerings that this wonderful country has to share. When David Fraser Montgomery did anything, he did it properly. He never did things in half measure. And to me, that's why I always refer to him as the full Monty. So yeah, rest in peace, Monty.
Thank you. Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, would you mind if I just add a few words?
Yeah, go ahead.
It makes me smile to think back. I worked with Monty for a lot of those years, and my strongest memory was in 2004 when there was a crime and corruption inquiry, and I was called as a witness for the prosecution who were leading the case against the people that I was working with at the time. And it was the most stressful thing to have to appear under those circumstances. And Monty gave me such sound advice and an understanding of the process and what would happen and the type of questions I might be asked. And he gave me the confidence to appear at that at the hearing that I went to, and I was always grateful for that. But I simply echo what Councillor Lacastre has said today. He was a great colleague and did a fine job in his capacity as our legal advisor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tozen?
May I be added, please?
Yeah, I'll just vote. We'll take the vote first, and then councillors take the motion. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Those ones to be added to the list. Councillor Doran, Young, Patterson, Lacastre, Curtis, Gates. It's everybody. Everyone wants to be on the list. Okay. Right, I go to Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to move a motion of condolence for Mr. Gregory Chaplin.
Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson.
Greg Chaplin, Chapo, served as president of the Queen's Cricket Club for more than 35 years, and he helped shape cricket on the Gold Coast through decades of volunteer service. So he's a life member of the Cricket Club and Cricket Gold Coast, and his legacy is reflected with the oval at his club that he built, and the oval named in his honour. But For most people, what they will remember is his warm, strong mentorship to generations of Gold Coasters, giving them values that they would take through life through that transition through cricket. He is deeply missed in the local community, and we give our condolences to his family. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Those ones to be added, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Hamill, Lacastra and Councillor Doran. Right, I'll go to Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move a motion of condolence and request a message of sympathy be forwarded to Mrs. June Habner on the passing of Mr. Brooke Habner.
Second to Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council is acknowledging Brooke Habner's passing as a familiar and highly respected local figure within the Runaway Bay community. His enthusiasm for community life, his willingness to lend a hand, and his capacity to bring people together earned him the friendship and respect of people from all walks of life. For many members of the Gold Coast Game Fish Club, Brooke and his wife June were the welcoming faces behind the bar, helping create a sense of camaraderie and community that made that club so special. His passing comes at what has been a particularly difficult year for the club and its members. I reached out to a number of people who knew Brooke well while preparing these remarks. Among them was the Premier for Queensland, the Honourable David Crisafulli, who also took the time to attend Brooke's funeral last fortnight, a reflection of the regard in which Brooke was held and the impact he had on those around him. The Premier asked that the following reflections be shared with Council. Brooke Habner was a larger-than-life, but his contributions to this community was even bigger. He lit up a room and always made people feel special. He was as comfortable speaking to a corporate high-flyer as someone casting a line. His contributions across 2 states and several communities across his life showed his ability to make a difference wherever he went. All this wouldn't have been possible without June, a true rock of stability in his life. He will be deeply missed by us all. Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the City of Gold Coast, I extend our sincere condolences to June, Brooke's family, friends, colleagues, and the many people whose lives were touched by his kindness, friendship, and service. May he rest in peace.
Thank you. Councillor, I put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Could you add Councillor Martin, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Gates to the list? Okay. Mayoral minute, councillors. There's only one today. Councillors, I move 1 to extend the appointment of Mr. Paul Callender as acting chief executive officer of the City of the Gold Coast until the commencement of the permanent chief executive officer in accordance with the section 195 of the Local Government Act 2009. 2, to authorise the Mayor to finalise the terms and conditions of Mr. Callender's extended acting appointment in consultation with the relevant council officers and to execute any necessary document on behalf of council. 3, to note that a report will be presented to council at its meeting on 15 September 2026 outlining the proposed timing, process and options for the appointment of a suitable qualified executive recruiter to conduct the Chief Executive Officer recruitment process on behalf of council. Councillors, there's a preamble there. Does anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. So I'd like to move. Tabling it, yep. Second, move Councillor Tozer, second Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any amendments? Anyone? Anyone? We'll move for adoption. Councillor Tozer, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mayor's report. 29th July, councillors, we had Jinning student delegation. It was fantastic to host the delegation at the council chamber. comprising 34 students and 4 staff participating in the 10-day tour of the Gold Coast. An agreement of friendship and cooperation was signed with Jinning in 2014, and over the years we have welcomed many study tours. Next item is Greenheart Master Plan, 30th of July. It was fantastic to host a media call at Greenheart to announce that the Greenheart Master Plan is progressing to the next stage. 3, CCTV installation. I joined with District Officer, Acting Chief Superintendent Brett Jackson at MacArthur Parade, Main Beach, to announce the city safety camera now exceeds 900 cameras, and we're adding more to the list. City has invested $1.5 million in the safety camera network as part of the 26-27 city budget. Next item is Gold Coast Bulletin Future Gold Coast Lunch. I was a panelist at the Gold Coast Bulletin lunch there, and I think the Health Knowledge Precinct was talked about. I'd like to thank the Gold Coast Bulletin for leading the Future Gold Coast campaign, which spotlighted to great work being done by industry and individual to position our city as a world-leading smart economy. Next one, Propel Property Podcast. I did a 1-hour podcast with Michael Pell. We talked about the property and investment in our city. All donation to the podcast go to charitable causes. Ocean Way completion community consultation on Monday the 3rd to 24th of August. Gold Coast has the opportunity to have their say on future stages of the Ocean Way as the city explore options to connect the missing links needed to complete the 36 coastal route. Next item, the 2026 City, Nation, Place Australia and Mainstream Australia Conference. I joined Todd Babiak on the panel, and over the 2 days, delegates were here talking about branding and how we can learn off each other. There's about 150 delegates there. 9 News Gold Coast 30th anniversary. A lot of you were there. It was fantastic to join Channel 9 News, reminisce about how it started 30 years ago. And during the evening, I had the privilege of recognising and thanking 9 News Gold Coast team for their outstanding contribution to our city. Next one is the Gold Coast CCC Property Forum, and I think Councillor Fowler and Councillor Tozer were in attendance. During my welcome address, I touched on how confidence is the key driver of the property market, and concerns remain that the federal government changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax are undermining investors' confidence and slowing housing development. Next item is the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3 passenger service announcement, 7th of August. It was fantastic to join Minister for Transport and Main Roads, Honourable Brett Mickelberg, and Senator Murray Watts, Angie Bell, MP, federal member, at Burleigh Heads to announce the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 3 will commence and on Sunday the 9th of August. Of course, as you know, it's jointly funded, another city deal from the that it's the city, the state and the federal government help deliver. Currently, there's 1.5 million passengers using the light rail each month, and I was talking to G-Link, and they expect that to grow to 2 million in the very near future. And once that hits 2 million, well, I think people are voting with their feet, and it'd be interesting to see. You know, we're doing, was it their survey? We want to get the state government surveys, information requests. I've done it twice and been rejected twice, but I'll keep asking how the survey was done. Show us the question, show us the result. And because as I walk around the city, people want light rail stage 4 to go to the airport. So I can't be that far wrong. Anyway, we'll keep going there. Next one, on the 9th of August, 80th year of India Independence Day and Kite Festival. Councillor Patterson was there. She's in her Indian clothes and tells everyone that she bought it there. I don't know if you're in the photo there, but anyway. So the Kite Festival was about friendship, reminding the city's deep connection with the Indian community, who bring so much joy and love to the Gold Coast through business, sport, industry and cultural celebration. And then the 10th of August, today's show, Live Cross. I headed down to the newly opened Mermaid Beach Light Rail Station for today's live cross. Of course, I didn't miss the opportunity that we should go away to the airport. Next one is Australia Triathlon High Performance Hub was opened on 11th of August, and world champion Matt Hauser was there. Aspen Anderson was also there, and to secure the support from our city, and the hub is there. So really, it's a home base. So as we march towards the 2032 Olympics, we will get so many young athletes coming through. There was a lot of, I think, under 21s and world-class athletes were there as well. So it's a great initiative. Next one is the UDIA mayoral briefing. I deliver a keynote address to Urban Development of Australia, and the event was a great opportunity to update the industry leaders on our thriving local economy and the review of the city plan and the future-proofing of infrastructure. And following the keynote speech, I joined the industry panel as well. And on the 13th of August, She Leads Posera Summit, and it was a privilege to open She Leads Posera Summit. Posera is, I think it's Latin for capable, can do. That's what it stands for. And Summit brought together 250 young ladies from schools across the state and nation for a day of leadership. And during my welcome speech, I highlight how young ladies taking leadership role in our community is essential to build a stronger, more inclusive and forward-thinking society. I applaud St Hilda's for hosting the summit, which is creating a space where young ladies can see leadership in action, grow in confidence and feel empowered to contribute meaningful to their communities. Then, of course, the Pacific Air Show ensured around 300,000 people over 3 days. The figure hasn't come in, but in 2024, 2 years ago, was 33 million for our economy, so it'll be well north of that. And I met, I think, probably the oldest aviator there from RAF, 103 years old, and quite amazing. And there's a little video here.
Nowhere else in this country you'd rather be today. Look at this weather, this location. It is the perfect Coliseum for an air show. You're going to see a great exhibition of incredible flying and amazing aircraft today, all shapes and sizes. So bring it on. We cannot wait to get it started. I know you're the same.
You're going to hear the thunder of engines that carried history. You're going to watch modern masters of flight carve impossible figures up there in the blue. And keep looking up and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Pacific Air Show Gold Coast, because it starts right now. Here they come, everybody. Up makes the noise for the Gold Coast Skydive. And there we go. Look at this thing coming back in here. This is the strike master. Margaretta, here he goes. High above the red berets. Is that not incredible, Gold Coast? Come on, let's hear it for Team Gravity. There you go. Isn't that awesome? Now, we're going to see the Rat, the most lethal fighter in the air over Australia. Where is he? There he is.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the starting turn.
Did you see the afterburner coming out of their heat seat? There you go. Woo! Listen to that. The smoke out front, that's not an airplane. That is a man in a wingsuit. The red and the black is Checo in the black airplane, Adrian in the red one.
They're going to deconflict as they come back to go head to head.
Oh, that's a lot of water. From the left, it is, well, not a bird, not a plane. It is an MB-22, the Osprey. There it is.
17.
I see you. You're ready to go? Ready to go, yeah. Fire it up for Emma McDonald. Via 109. There you go. The first in Australia, Bryce Needville.
That is incredible.
Isn't that nuts? I mean, come on, Gold Coast. Airplanes aren't supposed to hover. He's going to bring it by as they dance in the sky here. There they are. Look at that. Oh, three ships spectacular. Matt Hall. Is that not incredible, Gold Coast? Come on.
I reckon that deserves a round of applause and a cheer, ladies and gentlemen.
You bought a ticket. Thank you so much for coming out because it's your support that keeps us coming back.
Yep. No, it's fantastic, and we've secured the agreement to 2028 together with the state government. But what I really like about the show is that so many families are there, young kids, and that I brought my granddaughter there. She was 2.5. She's 2.5, and she's just pointing at the planes, and it was so much excitement. And no, it's wonderful. I think it's one of our marquee event now. Next item is the Animal Welfare League, Queensland. The launch there about the strategy is about supporting those people who are finding hard times and can't keep the pets, and we want to see if we could foster people to sign up to foster care it until people can get on their feet and then get their pets back. But I dial it down a bit. There's another video for you. Oh, that's not it, but that's all right. No sound, it's okay. Sam, tell me, how did you find Trudy here? She's so beautiful.
I know, she's a beautiful little puppy, isn't she? She's very much about the kisses as well. I think we've both had lots of kisses from her. She actually came in as a stray, so again, just reminds people that the importance of getting their animals microchipped and keeping them up to date as well. So quite often they might be microchipped, but the details are aren't quite up to date. She's not going to let me go. She's working hard to get herself a new home, I think.
Yes, she is. So for everyone out there, you can contact AWL, and especially about fostering as well. Absolutely. And I say to everyone, the work that AWL has done in the last 67 years has been fantastic. You've got great volunteers, good facility, and The council loves you.
Thank you so much. It's been great to have this just long-term partnership as well. And I agree, it's been great to see so many members of the local Gold Coast community fostering for us and volunteering as well. So we couldn't do what we do without the community. So thank you for being part of that as well.
All right. Thank you. That says it all. Wasn't my cause, up to Ruth, that one. So next item is Modscape and Modbotics manufacturing facility, sod turning there. Councillor Hamill was there. That's a design and construct architectural-led modular building across Australia. And there's 20,000 square metres manufacturing being built, going to be built there. 700 jobs during construction and 400 or 300 ongoing. And so meeting the challenge for housing supply requires building differently and manufacturing at scale, and the Gold Coast is leading the way. So looking forward to going back there, Mark, and cut the ribbon. Next one is I Monastery, Thailand delegation. We had monks from Thailand, from Chiang Mai actually, and they've got centres there, various programs for people from all over the world to learn meditation and mindfulness and how these practices can help your daily lives. And we talked about if they could open a centre here on the Gold Coast. So that's under discussion. Next one, the City of the Gold Coast Service and Excellence Award. A lot of councillors were there. On my notes here, I've got Councillor Curtis, Wilkinson, Lacastra, O'Neill. Anyone else there that I missed out? Councillor Peter Young and Councillor Gates as well. And this year, a special moment for Lauren Thiel, who received the Employee of the Year award. Congratulations to Lauren. As project manager within the 2032 Games coordination team. Lauren stands out for her leadership, professionalism and strategic insight, earning trust across teams and stakeholders. We also commemorate service milestones, celebrating people who's been with us for 20, 30, 40 and one person at 50 years. So congratulations to all. And next one, 21st of August, I visited Rainforest Rental Village at Mudgee Bar. I caught up with Acting Inspector Matt Pike as well, and caught up with the owners there. But the person who's been working on this for the last 6 years is Councillor Tozer. I'll go to Councillor Tozer to give us a brief on that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was great to host you out on the 21st of August at the Rainforest Rentals Village. It used to be known as the Mudgee Bar Caravan Park, and for anyone who's been in the city for any long period of time, you'll remember some pretty awful stories of what it was like about a decade ago. The site's been transformed over the past 5 years through significant work from the council, Queensland Police, and also the new property owner, Jonic Properties. Mark and Derek from Jonic Properties are very proud of the safe and supportive community they've created, which has also allowed Queensland Police to redeploy resources into other areas. During the management transition, police call-outs reduced from about 200 in 1 year down to about 3 in the following year. Importantly, the village now provides safe and affordable housing for residents, including older women who may otherwise be sleeping in cars or living in less suitable circumstances. About 90% of the tenants work directly with Jonic Properties through the Department of Housing or Centrelink. They've improved environmental outcomes on the site, with platypus sighted again in the creek, and the riparian zone, which is the area between the creek bed edge and where the units start, revegetated with native species. During our visit, we met several residents, including some who had lived through the transition, and they all expressed their gratitude for the changes overseen by the city and the project partners. Mr Mayor, this is a project that is probably not the core business of council, but it's something I'm really proud of, and the support of the city officers in partnership with the new owners have transformed a place that previously I needed a police escort to visit, and now we walked through safely late in the late afternoon, and it was a beautiful sunny day with smiling people on the balconies, and it's an absolute transformation. It's been a really good win, and I am hoping that over the coming years we can continue to work with organisations like Jonic Properties and others for these small modular dwellings that can potentially be used as relocatable homes in places that can find people who might otherwise be homeless a place to live. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Well done, Councillor Tozer, and all the officers involved, and QPS. They've been fantastic on that. So, no, it's something to be proud of there. Then the 24th, that's yesterday, I had a citizenship ceremony at the Gold Coast Sports and Leisure Centre. Had two ceremonies, one in the morning, 1,600 people, and then in the afternoon, 900 people. About 86 different countries. So it's fantastic to welcome people who are from overseas and to be part of our community. Councillors, you know I normally moved that the Mayor's report be noted and welcome. I just want to recall that it was Monty who said to me to add the word welcome to it. And so I've been using that ever since, because he said that's what it is, not just noting. It's just that there's a lot of work done by everybody and it's welcome, isn't it? So with that, I will use that word again. And I move the motion be noted and welcome. All right, seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry, unanimous. Clarification, members, nil. Business arising from the minutes, nil. Presentation, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to acknowledge the City of Gold Coast's recent success at the 2026 Local Government Managers Australia Queensland Awards for Excellence, where our occupational violence and aggression training program was recognised in the workplace wellbeing category. This award recognises an initiative that responds to a very real and growing challenge for local government, the safety and well-being of our people who serve the community every day. Across many of our frontline services, from libraries and customer service centres to waste, city laws and animal management, staff can face aggressive and sometimes threatening behaviour. In response, the City took a proactive and people-first approach, developing a comprehensive trauma-informed training program designed to build confidence, capability and psychological safety for our workplace. What makes this program particularly strong is that it was shaped directly by our people, drawing on insights from frontline teams across multiple business areas to ensure the training reflects real-world experiences. The program equips staff with practical skills to prevent and manage difficult situations, including identifying risks early, de-escalating conflict, safely disengaging, and accessing support following incidents. It combines e-learning, workshops, and realistic scenario-based practice, alongside clear reporting and escalation pathways, creating a consistent and supported approach across the organisation. Importantly, this initiative is strengthening our safety culture, supporting a workforce that is confident, capable, and better protected while continuing to deliver essential services to our community. We're also proud to say that we've shared this training package with other councils and contracting partners to further assist with contributing and combating this issue. This award is also a great example of collaboration across the organisation, with strong partnership between Safety and Wellbeing, Chief People Office and our frontline teams. My staff, personally, I see this in my own office, and the work that's been done to support them when really difficult situations come in, some that have resulted in arrests by people making death threats against staff. This is real, and this is what our frontline services are having to contend with every day. I think the statistics show that there has been a radical change in the relationship with frontline services since COVID. There has been a societal change, and we have to do what we can to make sure that they are taken care of. The City team members who are the recipients of this year's award are Karina Warwick, Coordinator Learning and Development, Matt Rayner, Security Training Officer, Jordan Summers, Senior Workplace Security Advisor, and Ross Alderson, Strategic Security Lead. Congratulations to the team on their delivery of a fantastic program for City employees.
General Counsel Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering before we get to that if we could get some clarification from General Counsel on the changes that have come into effect on declarations being made at committee and council on all matters since 1st of July 2026.
Okay. Jody.
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, there has been a change in respect to whether there is a need to reaffirm the declaration at the council meeting. Under the amended regime, there is no longer a resolution passed to authorise a councillor to participate in a future meeting process, so the declarations need to be made at each meeting where the matter is relevant.
So even if it's done in committee, you've got to do it again here?
We have to do it again.
Oh, okay. So do we got any conflict of interest at this part? So will be conflict of interest when the relevant matter comes up. Okay. So we go to committees. We'll go to planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 870th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 11th of August 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 13, be received.
Councillor Wilkinson, seconder. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Where is my planning? Okay. How about we go 6.6 first? We've got all the declaration there. Councillor Fowler, you want to go first?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, happy to. It's up on the screen there. So this is in relation to item 6.6, which was an update on our quarterly appeals, noting this was just an update and not a decision by council. So in relation to that, I have a declarable conflict in regards to the New Crush appeal. So on the 26th of November 2021, there was a notice of appeal filed against council's decision to refuse the combined development application for a development permit for a material change of use for extractive industry quarry, seeking to enlarge and realign that existing quarry footprint and extend the duration of the development permit. The property that I own with my husband is located approximately 400 to 500 metres from the existing quarry operations. And there's a bit of preamble left there, but the councillors have heard all that before.
Thank you.
That's
Can
it.
you move up to the motion that was moved in the committee?
That doesn't need a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Doesn't it?
I'm sorry to be seated, but no, it just needs to be mentioned, is my understanding.
Right.
No motion is necessary.
It's mentioned. Thank you. Well, that's saves a little bit. Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On the same item, in regard to the same matter, that is the New Crush appeal, I'm advising Council of a prior declaration made here in Chamber and also in the committee. New Crush are the owners of the Oxenford Quarry, which is about 700 metres from my property boundary. I've participated in voting and decision making in the past, and I'll be noting that this is a report that just advises Council of Appeals that are in train and isn't requiring us to make an executive decision today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'm declaring a perceived conflict, and it relates to the New Crush appeal, and it's a person who I have a close personal friendship with, who is a shareholder or a beneficiary of a subsidiary company of New Crush. But the matter, as this matter is only an update and no decision, I intend to remain in the room to receive the quarterly appeals updates.
Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the committee recommendations, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. Need to speak on it? No. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carry. Unanimous. Councillor Hamill.
Sorry, a procedural question, Mr Mayor.
Oh, that might have
where
to be,
we've made
division?
those notifications, are you required to make it?
Yeah, I call
division.
unanimous, but if it's unanimous, do we need to still do division?
I'm not aware of any current requirement for the division to be called as it was previously, so.
Unanimous anyway. Can you record that? Nobody voted against it there? No. Okay. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 6.8, if we could please, for a procedural motion.
Yeah, we're going to 6.8. Go
yes,
ahead.
Please. Mr Mayor, all councillors have been advised by email from Mick Moran that the applicant has stopped the clock on this application, so there is a change recommendation I'm presenting today that enables that to go into place.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. Anyone speak against? We're stopping the clock. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carried. The clock is stopped. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, if we could item 6.10 please for another stop the clock motion.
On the screen, seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. Anyone speak against? Question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just because this is one of the first ones I've had on related to this. So my question is, when the applicant restarts the clock, will the original assessment stay as is, or will it go back to our city officers for a reassessment?
Depends if they're amended or not.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Martin, if it stays the same, then obviously our assessment will continue on. If it's amended, then we'll assess any amended or any changed application that came to Council.
Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Oh, of course I do. Mr Mayor, 6.7, if I could move the committee recommendation, please.
Which one do you want?
6.7 to move the committee recommendation, please.
6.7. Committee recommendation, second by Councillor Wilkinson. Back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, just very quickly, because I thought this was a really interesting application that committee decided just across the road here in Mercedes Place in Bundall. It's a very, very unique, nearly 5,000 square metre site that actually adjoins our waterside towers. So it's immediately against the principal Bundall precinct, which is recognised in the regional plan as being a key employment node in the city. Mr Mayor, it also enjoys an RD1 zoning, which anticipates a higher density than the typical LDR that we know mostly around the city. What I found really interesting about this outcome was that with a nearly 5,000 square metre site, the applicant could have gone through an ROL process, cut the block up into 400 square metre blocks, and then had a lot of single dwellings in a unique arrangement, which would have had a lot of VXOs onto the street. Whereas the outcome we have here, the fact that it's done as this kind of development, means that there's one VXO, it's inside a body corporate area now. So I think that's a far superior outcome than seeing the block split up. Mr Mayor, there were some improvements made between committee and full council meeting just in regards to the type of trees that were going to be planted, and there were some updated renders provided just around landscaping outcomes to the water's edge of what people across the canal would be looking at. I'm pleased to see that those improvements have, I think, added to what was a really good outcome. Mr Mayor, very supportive of this proposal. I think it's a wonderful location. I suspect these dwellings will be very, very quickly taken up to live in what's a great location right in the middle of the city with some fantastic amenity very close by.
Right. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Hamill?
Let's go.
Mr Mayor, if I could move item 6.9 to move the committee recommendation, please.
Move committee recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 6.9 deals with 1 to 7 Ree Street in Ashmore, which to most would be known as the old Ashmore Steak and Seafood site. Mr Mayor, again, a very unique site in our city's context of nearly 9,000 square metres in that wonderful location. Mr Mayor, the proposal is for a 3-tower development that will deliver just over 1,000 square metres of new retail commercial, 176 dwellings with 340 car parks. Mr Mayor, I think it's fair to say that anyone who's driven past the site recently would acknowledge that it's looking pretty sad, and that a lot of memories people have of that site from the 30 years beforehand have been lost with the building now. I know the community have had significant concerns with the amount of antisocial behaviour happening on the site and are very excited to see something happen on the site and see that old building knocked down. Mr Mayor, we saw during public notification lots of submitters raised concerns about the initial height proposed for the development. I'm really pleased that on the back of public notifications, a further RFI was sent to the applicant seeking height reduction in those towers, which have been agreed to. So the three towers have come down in height, which is a good outcome for the residents. Mr Mayor, across those 176 dwellings, we've also got a really good mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom product, which is a really important outcome to be seen. Because of the site, Mr Mayor, and the fact they've gone for a tower form, it also allows a great opportunity to have got significant setbacks to the neighbours at the back, anywhere from 20 to kind of 40 metres setbacks to towers. And the space in between is all going to be communal open space for those residents. So those 176 dwellings will enjoy just over 1,400 square metres of landscaped areas and 850 squares of communal open space, pools, wellness centres, just a lot of lovely amenity those towers will be set in, which will be a great outcome for those residents. Mr Mayor, again, a unique site in the city, one that is deserving of a really high quality outcome. For any councillors who have seen the renders of this proposed building, I think it's exactly that. It is a fantastic looking building. I'm pleased the applicant agreed to the height reduction based on community feedback and believe this application in this location should be strongly supported here at Council today.
Okay, speaking against, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, look, even though I'm standing up to speak against this, I do acknowledge what Councillor Hamill has put forward there. Without doubt, it is a significant improvement on what was originally presented, and in that sense, I'd actually like to thank the officers as well for their hard work in their consultations with the applicant. This was originally pitched as one 11-storey building, 2 9-storey buildings, which really were presenting more like 10s and 8s because of the basement level, the retail level only being or being about 1 metre above ground. So technically 11 and 9, but presenting as a 10 and an 8. This will now present more like a, well, it's an 8 and a 6, but it'll present more like a 7 and a 5. So undoubtedly far better. There are other much better significant outcomes as well. By the reduction of the building is the buildings now mean that there will be a reduction of about 34 units. That has also addressed car parking concerns to a large degree, where a lot of residents were concerned about parking spilling out onto the streets, whereas there's now actually an excess of required car parking spaces on site. And the original proposal, and it sounds like I'm speaking to the motion, pointing out all these good things, but wait, there's more. But no, I'll get to that. But I do want to just acknowledge that, as I say, that the officers have worked hard, and it's great that the applicant, as Councillor Hamill said, has agreed to reduce this the heights. The other concern with the original one was that there was proposed a no right turn from Reed Street onto Ashmore Road, which meant that that cars had to turn left heading to west to the Frieda Street roundabout, the intersection of Frieda Street and Glenmore Road, 150, 200 metres. It's already heavily congested and problematic quite a lot of the time, even though we've recently spent millions in realigning that roundabout. Now there's going to be a signalised intersection at Reed Street, which means that traffic will be able to turn right, so onto Ashmore Road. So all those things, and they're significant, are a huge bonus. I originally met with residents. I was actually told that it was actually in somebody's lounge and there were going to be 6 people. When I turned up, there were about 90 spilling out onto the road. So there was significant concern about that original application. I couldn't really get a gauge from the residents as to what would sit comfortably with them, but I would say quite confidently that this would still be seen as an overdevelopment of the site. We need to remember that this site is quite elevated. So it really is, even with an 8 and a 6 presenting at a 7 and a 5, it's going to be, you know, it's going to stand out. But also there are people who bought properties further away. I'm hopeless with north, south, east and west, but basically overlooking the hinterland. And this is still going to cause significant, from a visual amenity point of view, it's going to cause issues for them. It's actually going to block out a big chunk of that hinterland, and it is going to present as still quite a tall building on that site because of the elevation. So for that reason, I still believe also that it's still an overdevelopment of the site. Just where it should have settled, you know, maybe 5s and 3s, 6s and 4s, I don't know, but I still think it's too much, which is why I will be voting against this motion. But again, as I say, it is without doubt a significant improvement on what was originally presented. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And as always, I acknowledge Councillor Castro and his advocacy on behalf of his community. Mr. Mayor, this corridor that Ashmore Steak and Seafood sits on is really starting to see a lot of potential, a lot of development occur. And it makes sense why. It's a connection from surface onto Chevron, into the Hodder Precinct, to the Turf Club, connecting through Sir Bruce Small and the upgrades to come there. The Botanical Gardens into the Carrara Precinct. In just the recent few months, we've seen the Minoa Gardens decision. We've got the Ashmore Steak and Seafood decision today. We've seen the Royal Pines discussion. There's a tremendous amount happening through this area. There's also a lot of construction already happening at the moment of new townhouse and dwellings along this corridor. And Mr. Mayor, it makes sense. This corridor has everything. That access to schools, shops, medical facilities, access to high quality amenity, and just puts you in that location in the city where it's all within public transport reach, a lot of it within walking reach, and a lot of it within a short driving reach. So it makes sense why this corridor is seeing these kind of proposals put forward. Mr. Mayor, for me, it's also a great signal of what this inland spine area can achieve through our new planning scheme. That not just in key sites like this, but these suburbs in general that are so well located, that have got amenity, have got existing infrastructure in the ground that can support this kind of development, that seeing development like this that will achieve 1, 2 and 3 bedroom dwelling topology in a great location, service with what I'm sure and I hope will be some retail food and beverage that creates just the same memories the old Ashmore Steak and Seafood site used to. Mr. Mayor, another great example of one of our old neighbourhood centre sites going through a renewal, achieving not just the retail outcome but also achieving a dwelling outcome, and I hope that this application is well supported by this chamber today.
Okay, debate's closed. I call division. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Against.
Councillor Lacastra.
Yeah. All right, then the motions carry supermajority. Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, item 7.1 to move the committee recommendation, please.
7.1, committee recommendation. Yeah, can I just get a seconder? Do I have a seconder? Otherwise, we just go home. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. Question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies I jumped the gun there. Mr. Mayor, question, the committee, we've been circulated a recommendation which appears to amend number 2 with a date of updated advice. So the committee recommendation didn't have the date. So I'm just, I guess, and that the question I have relating to the date relates to some conditions that are subject to legal advice and legal privilege. So it's difficult for me to ask that, but there was, in what was circulated by officers, the attachment 8 had a date attached to it. And so I'm just seeking whether that more recent advice that was circulated by officers, I think up until the 24th of August, yesterday, has that been amended?
Is there more advice sent? Yeah, we'll have to go into close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, happy to move.
Move to close. Councillor Martin, seconder. Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mr. CEO, if you can get security to let the gallery be opened. Okay. Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, happy to move the item and speak to the item after we've had clarification of the adjustments that Councillor Martin was seeking confirmation of.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, this item deals with an appeal update for an application that Council dealt with around 12 months ago. It was originally an officer approval that then became a refusal of Council. It has been through the court-appointed appeal process for the last 12 months. Mr. Mayor, at committee we received an update, and it was really pleasing to have committee members there and several visitors there to hear the presentation in full. But we received a presentation from our external legal representation on this appeal, and also some detail from one of our external SME experts on this matter. Mr. Mayor, of interest during the presentation, it was pointed out that because this application originally had some items peer reviewed and is now being through the appeal process, that several of the items, including things like dust and acoustics, have now been reviewed by 4 individual experts on those matters, which is a bit of a rarity and brought a lot of confidence to officers in the recommendation that's in front of us. Mr. Mayor, the presentation and the detail indicated that through that 12-month appeal process, through the input of our external experts, the input of our external legal, that there's been significant improvements made on a proposed set of conditions, that it is the opinion of officers and external experts that it is the best position for councillors to accept those significant gains on conditions and to adjust our position from refusal to an approval with updated conditions. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to put that position forward to Council here today for consideration.
Okay. Speaking against, question, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm a bit surprised by some of the words spoken, because my understanding this is privileged information on legal advice, and this is not a decision of council. This is about advice back to the city's lawyers, and this is being in an open session. I think I've got some privilege concerns talking about our position. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to yourself or to General Counsel, my understanding is any of the detail in the recommendation is confidential, and therefore we shouldn't be speaking about it in open.
General Counsel, what's your thoughts?
Just broadly, there is a category that justifies closing a meeting for confidential discussions based on legal advice and legal professional privilege. If you could elaborate on the question, are you asking for specific commentary in response to what Councillor Hamill stated?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As we see, and what we debated at committee was required to be in closed session because of the legal advice and the privilege. And the recommendation on the screen here has no detail about the city's position, the city's conditions. They are all commercial because they are still subject to the legal process. I guess my concern with some of the comments that were just made about council changing its position from approval, from refusal to approval, or changing in conditions by the very nature of putting that in open session when there's still a legal process to run, compromises our legal privilege. That we should not have talked about the position of a changing of a decision in open when this still has to run a legal process.
I'll take a question on notice. Anyone speak against the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak against. I won't be. It is commercial in confidence. Well, it's subject to legal privilege, and I don't want to compromise the city's standing on that. So all I can reiterate is at the time when council refused the application, I moved that change, and I stood by that change. I accept that the court requires the city to go through a mediation process. I appreciate the work and that's gone into it by officers in our expert council, but where we ultimately landed, I could not support. So that's why I'll be voting against.
Okay. Anyone else speak for Councillor Hamill to close?
Mr. Mayor, just to reiterate again that it has been through the appeal process that all available and needed resources on behalf of the city have been thrown to this particular appeal, including significant outside legal representation and additional expert matters on the subject. We've also enjoyed the input of expert matters on behalf of the applicant and city officers. Again, would put that the change recommendation as per the screen should be supported by councillors here today.
Okay, councillors, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Castro, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Gates, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Anyone abstain? Motion carried. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, item 611 for a very minor adjustment, please.
We go to 611. Go ahead.
Mr Mayor, 611 deals with the TLPI of the Garumba floodplain. Mr Mayor, there's just a typo that the original recommendation had you writing to the department when it should be the Chief Executive Officer write to the department. So the only change to the recommendation is adding the Chief Executive Officer in as the person to send a letter off on the back of today's decision endorsing the continuation of the TLPI.
I'll second that. Less work for me to do. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any other items? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to deal with item 6.4.
6.4. Okay.
And I'd like to move the committee recommendation.
Move the committee recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Martin. Would you like to speak on it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this petition response is in relation to a community-led petition in Varsity Lakes at Jim Harris Park, where the Varsity Lakes Community Resource Centre is located. It also has Varsity Veggies, which is a thriving local community garden. The petitioners sought to get connected to the city's permanent CCTV camera network. They noted that the skate park at Cassia Drive also has that permanent connection to the network and thought that it would be a simple connection into Jim Harris Park. The reason they wanted it is because the city's had to have a mobile CCTV camera stationed in Jim Harris Park for the best part of 2 years. The one time it was relocated, we did get some antisocial behaviour, so we had to put it back. It acts as a really important deterrence to folks who are there after hours or on the weekend or when the community centre's not at its busiest. I really welcomed the community's involvement in trying to make the place a little bit better, a bit safer. This particular community centre, Mr Mayor, it's run by a thriving community group. They do things like dementia choir is home there. They've got painting. They've got ability to get some help if you're struggling. They've got a Nourishing Our Community where you can get food drive on a once a week. We can get some free food. It's one of those community centres that is a community centre that's owned by the city, but it's under lease management. It's one of those operators that is getting absolutely everything out of that space, not just using it and moving on, as some others can sometimes do. I will say, Mr Mayor, some of the suggestions, Councillor Young suggested that I help the group with some local funds for CCTV cameras, and I will look into that. So I just wanted to highlight this to say, well, the petitioners aren't getting what they asked for, they've got heard. There's been a response from city officers. We appreciate their involvement, and we'll look to continue to support them to make sure that the centre is kept secure for them moving forward.
Okay. Anyone speak against? I'll put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items separately, councillors? Back to Councillor Hamilton.
Mr Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. We now go to Governance, Administration and Finance. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 870 Governance, Administration and Finance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 11th of August 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 8 be received.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all recommendations be adopted. Thank you.
Second to Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. We go to Lifestyle. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 870 Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee, held on Thursday the 13th of August 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 5, be received.
Seconder. Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, a motion carried. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I was just hoping to deal with 7.1 separately, and I've got a pre-prepared motion that I'd like to...
Okay, I'll come to you. We all go to 7.1. Pre-prepared on the screen.
Not yet.
Is that the right one?
No. That's it.
That one? Okay, leave that on the screen. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. You want to speak on that?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this is a matter relating to the aquatic centres and how we operate them in the city. And I want to...
Sorry, is that a question?
I do have a couple of questions. I wondered if you wanted to...
Well, we'll take the question if you don't mind.
Take questions first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just am a little unclear on the split of maintenance for council and what is being proposed here. And I just wondered, are the officers here today?
Yeah.
Oh, you're able
to... Just go through the chair. I'll find them.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Maybe... Do you know the answer? I'm sorry.
That's right. Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Gates, we have our officers here. We're able to answer questions. If it is on some of the breakdowns and part of any proposed contract, we'll have to go into close. So.
Oh, okay.
So we go to close?
Yeah, moved.
Yep, move to close. Councillor Gates, seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. streaming on. Mr. CEO, if you let security know to open the gallery, I go to Councillor Tozer.
Did you want to take any more questions before I open debate, Mr. Mayor?
Open debate. I think the questions are all done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start by providing some context for people who are watching from home and work. There's obviously a lot of interest in the community about this matter. The city's aquatic centres already operate under a hybrid model. Of the city's 8 aquatic centres, 4 are currently operated by the council: Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, Palm Beach, PIMPAMA Sports Hub and Upper Coomera. And the remaining 4 centres, Miami, Helensvale, Nerang and Mudgeeraba, are already managed by external operators under management agreements, while council retains ownership of the facilities and responsibility for major maintenance and capital investment. The proposal before us would move us from this hybrid arrangement to a model where all 8 centres are operated by a single external strategic partner, while council maintains ownership, oversight and contractual control. The answer to the question that's been asked in the community this week, why now, is actually that those 4 external contracts have reached their conclusion, demanding that council renegotiate contracts to deliver the services that the public expects at a council aquatic centre across the city. That's why 12 to 18 months ago, work began on devising this report for councillors to ensure the best possible bargaining power for council and the ratepayer when it comes to operating our pools into the future. The proposal before us, therefore, represents a significant change in how council delivers aquatic services and manages those pools, but it's not so profoundly different that much of the public dialogue should really be validated. We're not selling the pools or even privatising them in the truest sense. All will still be in public pools, they'll still be in public ownership, they'll be accessible to the public at rates that are set by the council. There's still public pools with rates set by the council. But I want to add some broader economic context because I think that would be helpful. The report and supporting material provided to councillors notes that Australia has quite a mature aquatic management sector, with major operators collectively managing hundreds of aquatic facilities nationally. Belgravia Leisure manages more than 160 pools in Australia, YMCA approximately 80 to 90 facilities, BlueFit managed more than 60 facilities, and a company called City Venue Management more than 40 venues. There's a few other entities that have multiple venues that are under that 40 figure, but they're the kind of major players. This reality of 4 major operators, along with several other smaller independents, is evidence of a competitive and established aquatics market with experience and proficiency across the nation. These are companies with specialised structures, experience, safety provisions and processes that are all focused on customers wanting to be in pools. They're swimming, they're training, they're playing or they're learning, while striving to obtain market share in a competitive environment. Accordingly, prices fluctuate within competitive parameters, keeping consumer willingness to pay front of mind as operators seek to draw more customers through their gates to access other non-core programs, retail offerings or food and beverage options. Nonetheless, it remains reasonable to consider whether council's potential dependence on one experienced operator could reduce competitive tension over time. But my view, and I'd say that's pretty reasonable, is that reducing competition seems highly unlikely given the maturity and the variety in the market already. For some context or further context, there are 39 Learn to Swim programs currently operating on the Gold Coast. If we move forward with what's proposed, a single operator for council pools, that figure only drops to 25 Learn to Swim companies across 31 facilities. No one could reasonably call that a monopoly or even a constrained market. There's no surprise that prices kind of fluctuate between $22 to about $32 per person for group Learn to Swim programs, and no doubt from time to time individual providers provide discounts or incentivise to obtain new customers. The public can expect that to continue. That market dynamic will continue. Councils themselves, beyond our own, have been trending towards outsourced management of aquatic facilities over many years now. While the decisions of other councils should never be the sole basis for our own, it should also not concern councillors or the public that the City of Gold Coast is embarking on some never-before-seen experiment. Whether councils should operate aquatic facilities is an interesting policy debate, but that isn't the question before us today. The question before us is how best to deliver public aquatic services while retaining public ownership, maintaining accountability and protecting community access. What is entirely reasonable is that councillors, staff, users and the community seek assurance about the financial assumptions, workforce impacts, safety safeguards and the long-term protection of that community access before any final decision is made. One question from the public this past fortnight concerns the claimed $22.2 million saving over the coming 10 years. According to the financial case, all 8 aquatic centres were operating at a net operating loss at the time of procurement, at the time that procurement assessors evaluated a variety of competing submissions. The business case uses actual financial results from the previous 12 months, adjusted for a number of non-recurring factors before applying the 10-year forecast model. That modelling produced a baseline cost to council of approximately $68.9 million over 10 years, which was in the presentation ably made by the team at committee. The proposed operating model, identified through the procurement evaluation as the preferred outcome, was then compared against that baseline. The business case indicates a $27.3 million improvement in aquatic operating costs, offset by transition costs, organisational changes and investment in a future booking system, resulting in a projected net saving of $22 million over 10 years. The modelling also incorporates a 10% contingency and a 3% revenue share risk adjustment that officers describe as based on conservative assumptions. And we've just heard the officer repeat that. We have been quite conservative in our assumptions. What this means is that if we've been too conservative, say that retail revenue or alternative pool programs or even birthday parties pick up in one of our pools, the ratepayer may even obtain a better than $22.2 million outcome over the coming 10 years. While the business case explains how the saving was calculated, it doesn't remove the need for scrutiny. Councillors in the community are entitled to understand the underlying assumptions, the actual financial performance of each facility and whether these forecast savings can be ultimately realised. Additional information provided to councillors this week in briefing notes continue to grow the evidence base for the favourability of this recommendation. Another question this fortnight, Mr Mayor, has been why is outsourcing even considered necessary if these centres generate substantial revenue? And the information provided suggests that revenue alone isn't the key measure. The relevant consideration is net operating performance. The financial case states that each aquatic centre was operating at a net loss when assessed through the procurement processes. Officers have argued that specialist operators may be able to improve utilisation, expand programming opportunities or deliver greater operational efficiency while council retains ownership and strategic oversight of the facilities. There are a variety of other advantages that I'll go into a bit later in my address. The third issue raised this past fortnight concerns staff. Firstly, while our summertime capacity is about 400 staff, that's how many staff we have during the summertime capacity, as at last week, Council has 297 staff in our aquatics team, which includes 227 casuals. One prospective operator has indicated approximately 460 roles might be available at peak, which is kind of lined up with our 400 staff during peak season. So there's no secret about that. But it's for that reason that timing is essential, Mr Mayor. With the down season winter upon us, making this decision now allows us to deploy the maximum amount of our team members into experienced roles in a potential new operator as we head into the summer months. That way, we can absorb the premium full and part-time roles or the senior casual roles before the broader market picks up the required supply into the summer peak. Understanding these implications is understandably one of the most significant concerns raised by employees and their families. There is little doubt that the different employment frameworks applying to council-operated facilities and the broader aquatics industry contribute to the financial outcomes identified in the business case. But councillors must balance the interests of employees with our responsibility to achieve value for ratepayers and ensure services remain financially sustainable into the future. Further questions from the public concern fees, operating hours, programs and community access. While those governance arrangements are important, residents also want confidence that learn-to-swim facilities, people living with a disability or programs for them, rehabilitation users, seniors, schools, sporting clubs and water safety programs will continue to enjoy affordable and reliable access at a council aquatic centre. Certainty has been provided for these concerns in the later elements of the proposed resolution before us, ensuring final sign-off of program fees and access fees and charges are all to be adopted at a council special budget committee and also subject to a report brought to the Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee. Other members of the public question safety provisions. The briefing is very clear that safety obligations under the Work, Health and Safety Act cannot be contracted out. While an external operator may manage the centres on a day-to-day basis, Council continues to have significant governance and due diligence obligations. The operator must manage safety, but Council must ensure safety is being effectively managed. The proposed framework includes annual reviews, operational audits, maintenance inspections, safety reporting and ongoing monitoring arrangements. Aquatic centres are inherently high-risk environments, and that is precisely why strong safety systems, oversight and accountability are essential. The measures Council will continue to impose through governance, auditing, reporting and contractual oversight, combined with the requirement for operators to maintain high standards in a mature and competitive marketplace, should provide assurance to the community that safety remains paramount at every Council-owned aquatic centre, regardless of who manages the day-to-day operations. According to the report and the briefing notes provided to councillors, council retains the right to terminate the contract for convenience. The report also states that council retains ownership of the facilities and that assets installed by an operator over the contract period will transfer to council upon expiry or termination of the agreement. These provisions ensure council retains significant oversight and leverage. Nevertheless, councillors should understand the contract duration, review mechanisms, fee controls, performance triggers and pathways available should council ever wish to bring these services back into direct operation. The material provided enables that understanding, and councillors and the public can be confident that the public interest is protected. And if all that wasn't enough, Mr Mayor, in late 2024, we asked the public through a Have Your Say survey what they cared about when it comes to community facilities, and 1,200 locals responded to the Gold Coast Have Your Say that we did. They focused their responses on delivering service outcomes over being concerned who operates a facility. They told us that value for money matters and that centres should be active and well utilised, and that flexible multi-purpose facilities are really important to them. The public has told us what they want through these surveys. Mr Mayor, this debate has generated strong views across our city, and that's entirely understandable. But once we step away from the slogans and headlines and social media commentary, we're left with a much simpler equation. What is the best way to ensure Gold Coast ratepayers continue to own high-quality aquatic facilities, maintain strong community access, preserve rigorous safety standards, and do so in a financially responsible manner? The recommendation before us seeks to answer that question. Council retains ownership. Council retains oversight. Council retains the ability to set fees and protect community access. Council retains some safety obligations, oversight obligations. Council retains the ability to monitor performance and intervene when necessary. What changes is the operating model. Having considered all the information before us, the projected financial benefits, the contractual projections, the continued public ownership of these facilities, and the opportunities available to improve service delivery into the future, I'm really satisfied that the recommendation before us is worthy of council support. I get that some reasonable people in chambers might reach a different conclusion. You know, they might want to do something a bit differently. I get that. But this decision ultimately comes down to delivering the best outcome for our community, our ratepayers, and the long-term sustainability of aquatic services across the Gold Coast. And I hope councillors will support the motion here today.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Gates.
Not speaking against, just a question that's arisen for me from Councillor Tozer's opening, Mr Mayor. This new recommendation suggests that the fees for various things will come to council for approval, and I wondered through you if the officers are aware of that and if that is something that the potential operator might accept.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, we are across at Councillor Gates, and we have spoken to the potential strategic partner in this as well, and they are more than happy to accept that.
Thank you.
Against the motion, Councillor Patterson.
Foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor.
You want to speak against it?
Just to speak against now.
Yes.
Can I propose a foreshadowed motion?
Do you want to speak against?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I attended the committee discussion on this, and at committee I spoke principally in favour of this. And I do welcome that the changes that have been included, which includes some of the feedback that I provided at the time, that those fees do come to committee before approval. Since that committee meeting and today, I have reconsidered, not least because I have had numerous conversations with state government operators of venues in which manage major venues across Queensland. Their recommendations or advice was we would never rely on one operator and we would never fully lose our capability. I recognise that there is a lot of value in this argument for external management and broadening it. And the report identifies significant benefits from expanding the current model, which I supported at the committee meeting. And I acknowledge the extensive work undertaken by the officers to do that. But my concern is a governance one regarding to not whether external management works, but it does. But the question is whether we should consolidate all our operations right now with one operator. State government would not do this with their venues. We were given an example of other councils. Well, the only really relevant council to us with the size of pools is Brisbane. They have chosen not to do that. Whether there is value in retaining some internal capability and competition within the system. If the group that we choose, something happens to them, they go down, what happens with the capability? We are left dependent on the market to come to us. There was a mention before about the 4 big operators in this space. Well, decisions made by a number of other councils in southeast Queensland recently actually shifts that scene quite a bit. So there are a big player in Victoria and becoming a big player in Queensland. That effectively creates a duopoly. And if I was one of those companies from a profit-making perspective, I'd say, hey, I'll stay looking at Victoria, you look at Queensland, we don't need to interrupt each other.
That would be illegal.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's an allegation of anti-competitive conduct.
Sorry, you can't.
Okay,
you have
fine.
to withdraw that remark, please.
Okay, I'll withdraw that remark. Let me phrase it a different way. There is a lot of value. There's reasons why those companies may be more competitive in one state and not another. And that expense and shift to change is not a monopoly, but it can effectively act like one if there's only really one significant operator in Queensland. No, that's not illegal, Mr. Mayor. So
Sorry. To have a monopoly, that would be illegal.
I'm saying that there's effectively barriers to entry. If you are in one state and you are good at it in one state, you haven't created the capacity in another state, it effectively creates, it's one country, but you've got efficiencies in 2 different states. There's barriers to entry. It's not illegal, that's just a state of what would occur. So we have an issue of what would happen.
You have data on that?
We've just received data on that. We've received it in our confidential report on what these companies are doing and where they have their services being provided.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there's no information in any report provided to council that alleges any competitive conduct or collusion on the part of major operators of aquatic venues in Australia. I want that to be crystal clear.
Yeah.
There's no mention of that in any council report that I'm aware of.
No, but what there is detail on is that some have been shown to be more competitive, working with a number of services to a number of councils in Queensland, and another one has been more comfortable and competitive in Victoria. That was my point.
But wouldn't that be just the market force?
It is. It's a market force with barriers to entry.
But then it's not a monopoly, is it? A market force and monopoly is 2 different things.
If you have one operator who's able to create efficiency in Queensland, then any other organisation to come in, there's barriers to entry to come here. That is a risk. It is not the only risk. The other risks are that we do lose full capability in this space. And as I've mentioned, the state government managing their significant venues have identified they would not rely on one operator for services, and they would maintain some capability. If I look at, okay, what's the downside of doing this? Some efficiency will be lost. However, the benefits that have been proposed, one of them is, well, expanding programs. We have not chosen to do that yet. We could do that internally. We just have not chosen to do that yet. The second one is the overall booking system. And officers have confirmed that if there's more than one operator, we can manage that. We can still put in the one booking system with the one pass kind of system where if you've got a pass, you can go and swim at Gold Coast Aquatic or PIMPAMA or Palm Beach. We can still provide those services. The issue, Mr. Mayor, is good governance is not just about achieving efficiencies today. It is also about ensuring that future councils retain options tomorrow. This decision, if we go 100% this way, it takes those decisions and those options for future councils away. I'm not willing to make that step yet. I have recognised the value of an external management, the benefits in it. I recognise the benefit of expanding that, as is the recommendation, but not to an extent where we give it to one operator for 100% of our pools. What is wrong with a baby step, or actually quite healthy steps, to get to a process where we recognise that and we are not taking the options and the decision-making power away from future councils?
Okay.
And I have a foreshadowed motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. You can hang on to that. Speaking on for the motion, Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I was interested first in a few of Councillor Patterson's comments. I just thought her reference to the state government, I believe she might have referenced stadium management. I'm not sure I accept that as a real comparator, the idea of stadiums that are from North Queensland all the way through down to the Gold Coast being a comparator to 8 aquatic centres within inside our city limits. Mr. Mayor, I thought it was interesting too, the suggestion that losing internal capability, or that we want to have more than one provider on stuff. I reflect on our waste collection contract. It is the single largest contract the city has. It's worth $1 billion over its lifetime. It is one private contractor. We maintain no internal capability as a council to do waste collection services. So I'm wondering if we were prepared to accept that and lock the next 20 years of councils in this city into that agreement, what the difference is. Mr. Mayor, this is not a new idea. I mean, local governments in Queensland, right around the country, for decades have been outsourcing services. It tends to happen when a local government gets to a certain size, where it then has an interest from the private market and wanting to do that. We already do it: waste collection, cleaning contracts, green waste management. There are dozens and dozens of things that the city offers as a service to the city that we have a private company do it on our behalf. Has been the case for decades. Mr. Mayor, when a private market is capable of delivering a similar or better service at a better cost, it is our responsibility to consider it. We have to consider it, and that's what this report, which has been happening for well over 12 months, has been looking at. And indeed, what I'd say, the fact that we've had 4 of our 8 aquatic centres already outsourced for management for close to a decade demonstrates that we've actually got a decade of knowledge and understanding of how this works, of how the contract management of that works. Which, Mr. Mayor, brings me to my next point of, while I've only been here 6 years, I can categorically say that I've never had a single complaint once around the management or services offered in our aquatic centres. I've never heard from any community member anywhere in the city saying that one of the aquatic centres that's managed by the private operator was not offering something that the council run was, or that the cost difference was an issue. I've never heard from anyone about it once. Mr. Mayor, I even have to admit I wasn't aware that it was actually 4 of our aquatic centres that were outsourced already. I only thought it was 3. Just demonstrates that it's been working and working really well, that we're not talking about doing something new that we haven't done before. For a decade, 4 of our 8 aquatic centres have been outsourced. Their management has been outsourced. I'm not aware of any complaints, Mr. Mayor, in that regard. Mr. Mayor, we maintain ownership of the land. We maintain ownership of the buildings, because we are talking about several $100 million worth of buildings and lands. So I think, to be very clear, because I think in the heated Facebook commentary that was getting around the place and some of the emails, I think there was people thinking we were selling pools and selling land. That's not what we're doing here. Buildings, land, stay in public ownership. Mr. Mayor, we've heard numerous times this morning, but again, to make it very clear, Council, this chamber, will set the fees and set the fees for programs and services, or what the offering is inside. We've heard from officers that their suggested proponent is happy to accept that. So the cost to enter the pool will be set by this chamber. The cost of the programs, the breadth of programs, will be set by this chamber in working with our officers and working with the proponent on what that looks like. Mr. Mayor, I am very confident that in this last part, which is that, as we have seen with a couple other contracts where we made a decision to go to the private market on something and it hasn't worked or worked as well as we'd hoped, this chamber in working with officers, has decided to either adjust that contract or terminate that contract. That is the power that sits with us in the end. That's the ultimate thing we have to sleeve, that if this doesn't work or we want to make changes to it, we hold all of that power, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I am very comfortable with supporting the officer recommendation on this. This has been through a very long and a very heavily scrutinised process. I'm very confident in the decade of contract management we already have in understanding how private operators manage pools, and I'm very confident that the very genuine savings to be had for ratepayers for not just seeing the existing but improved services are worthwhile going into.
Thank you. Against the motion, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I did vote against this in committee and I have not changed my view. And I've got two simple reasons. Number one is that I am not convinced that services would be better under a contractor. And the second reason is that I believe that community, especially the pool that I represent, and the pool that's in that area, I believe that community have taken ownership of that aquatic centre. That's how it was actually created, with the community in mind. And I did have reservations about whether we could actually run a gym in an aquatic centre, being a big council. But I've been proved wrong. I have not had any complaints about that aquatic centre. And I just think that the view from my community, and I've heard from a lot of them, is that they would rather the council stay in operational ownership of that pool. I know that we have 4 other pools that are contracted, and I'm not against getting contractors in to do things, but this is a community-led aquatic centre that I represent, and I think in some of the other areas it is as well. I just can't support this, and I do appreciate the report that the officers have done. It's very extensive, but I think I'm on the side of services rather than savings. Sorry.
Okay. General Counsel, I just want to ask, can you just refresh Sub-Ordinance 1.1? When do I have to accept a foreshadow motion?
Under the provisions, they don't actually prescribe the detailed process for dealing with a foreshadowed motion. So in that instance, it's a matter for the chair to make the decision.
Thank you. Right. Speaking for the motion, going once, Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've waxed and waned since committee on this. I spoke for it at committee, and having heard as much as I have today, both in closed session and now from other councillors, I am going to maintain my support for what is before us. I made the point at committee that I don't believe the community is aware whether a pool is managed by council or an external operator. I think as long as they're getting good service at our swimming pools, and it would appear that they are, like Councillor Hamill, I've never had a complaint about a managed pool, but I have certainly had complaints about the Upper Coomera Centre pool and indeed the PIMPAMA Sports Hub. Not necessarily about staffing, but other issues, and I have done my best to address those concerns as they have been raised. Given the council pools do not make money, I think it's incumbent upon all of us here today to make a decision as an elected representative with the very best interests of the ratepayers at heart. And I don't see how any customer will be disadvantaged by the proposed change. I can only see positives for ratepayers over the next 10 years, both in terms of variety of programs available and in operations and in guaranteeing that council will still be responsible for the pricing, for the maintenance in the main, for safety, which is vital, and for capital improvements. So, Mr. Mayor, for all of those reasons and for the work that has gone into this, the incredible response that we've received since committee to reinforce how the officers got to this recommendation, it will have my support.
Against the motion, Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I guess I want to start by just saying thanks to the officers. There's been a lot of conversation around this, and I fully acknowledge some of the commentary has been targeted at the officers that had to have conversations with staff. So I just want to, even though I'm speaking against, I just want to acknowledge that. Look, my reasoning would be a little bit left field. I did speak at committee, and I had no friends in support for a possible change. I recognise and I realise that we did go to community consultation. I guess my ongoing bugbear is that we've lost some social capital, and I would have loved this opportunity to take it to the public, knowing that I guess the IT expired in June, that we would have had time to show everyone, the advantages and show everyone what we're voting on. I really think it'd be great for all decisions while we're building social capital to try and be more focused on that community consultation. I recognise that we've done that, and I recognise that exactly what the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Tozer spoke about, that this is a positive deal, that the pools aren't making money, and it will still be good for the community. My other left field issue, however, is, and I think it might relate a little bit to Councillor Patterson's potential for shadow motion, is there's no single proponent at the moment that has more than 2 pools in the city. We've already chosen a preferred proponent, and potentially they could increase that to 4 to 6, and potentially keep our flagship pools for ourselves. I say that because, having been to multiple Olympics and done a number of lead-in to Olympics, I think we need to control our brand. I think our brand, the Gold Coast Lifeguard brand, our staff, at our flagship pools, knowing that the Brisbane pool won't be finished for a long period of time, teams are going to choose to come to the Gold Coast. They're going to train out of the Gold Coast. It's where my office used to be. We'd had the English team come in. I just feel like we get an opportunity to control the narrative of how people look at the Gold Coast and the Gold Coast City Council. Our lifeguards are probably our most famous asset, and they are at our council pools. They won't be at the new pools. There'll be a private lifeguard, and they'll do a stellar job, as will the external proponent. But I'd love to see our council lifeguards being the ones that are in photos and selfies with famous swimmers. We know that one of the most shared photos on the council website is when Jack Black was with our council lifeguards. We know our council lifeguards saved the Danish princess's son, and that was shared around the world. I would hate to lose the opportunity to expand our brand and show how good Gold Coast is. And when people come into the pool, the first face they see is a Gold Coast City Council employee, and the last face they see. Look, I completely understand that there is probably there is some savings to be made, but we will spend an enormous amount of money promoting our brand, the council brand, and I just feel this is an opportunity lost if we lose that opportunity and give it to somebody else to spread their brand. And look, I've got no doubt they're a fantastic outfit, the preferred proponent, but I'd like our brand to be the one that's front and centre.
Councillor Tozer?
So my question, just for clarity, and I didn't want to interrupt Councillor Marshall when he said it, but it's my understanding that Council has not resolved to pick a preferred supplier at this time, notwithstanding that procurement process is ongoing. Can I clarify through you to the team?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And Mr. Mayor, are there still elements of that contract negotiation that could involve things like Gold Coast lifeguard uniforms being used by any particular proponent or operator of the pools? Is that a possibility through you, Mr. Mayor, too?
Yeah, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Hamill?
Mr. Mayor, picking up on a similar vein of Councillor Tozer, but can I just seek some clarity that any opportunities that may arise in any of our aquatic centres attached to the Olympics, be it training programs beforehand, be it during Olympic usage, that under the proposed contract that we would lose none of those opportunities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer is correct for that. We'll have a clause within the contract that will need to give them 60, 90 days if an Olympic country comes over for training or an event. Yep, correct.
Councillor Wilkinson, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I want to speak to it when time comes, perhaps.
All right, we'll just... So we're up to for the motion, are we? For the motion, I'll go to Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support this recommendation, noting that I had voted against it at committee. I'll touch on my comments at committee first before expanding on my reasonings for support of this motion more broadly today. At committee, I had concerns about the future competitive tensions within the aquatic fitness and wellbeing sector and whether council could continue operating under the existing hybrid model. Having the benefit of further discussions with officers and additional time to consider the proposal, my views have evolved. With regards to competitive tension, I'd note that if we were to adopt today's recommendation, as Councillor Tozer has touched on, there are several large-scale operators that currently would more or less keep competitive market forces and tension within that sector, which I think also shows a mature aquatic sector, in my view. As for our existing operations, I believe that Council is capable of operating the current model. However, the question before us is whether there is a better model available and delivering more of a stronger outcome for our communities while retaining Council ownership, governance and oversight. Having reviewed the materials further and had my questions addressed, I am satisfied that there is. As I said at committee, I would have preferred to have seen more targeted community engagement, which I know some of that's been commented on today by Councillor Marshall. However, I also appreciate the practical realities involved, including the time of expiring contracts and the need to reduce prolonged uncertainty for any affected employees. With significantly more information now having been made publicly available, the proposal for us, before us today is far clearer, I believe, for the public than when it was first brought up in the press. I would also note that community feedback on aquatic centres, as Councillor Tozer has touched on, has been captured in a range of other city engagement activities, including even just the recent city budget survey, which was considered as part of this report. Importantly, this proposal is not about selling assets, privatising facilities and reducing community access. The city retains ownership of every aquatic centre, controls of the fees and charges, responsibility for governance and compliance, as well as oversight of safety and community outcomes. Those protections are clearly articulated and were fundamental in addressing many of the concerns I initially held. The review found that our aquatics network currently operates under multiple management arrangements, resulting in a fragmented service delivery, inconsistent customer experiences, and a limited ability to provide operations as a coordinated network. I believe our community deserves better. What is being proposed is a more integrated aquatic network that delivers greater consistency, stronger participation outcomes, and an improved customer experience across the centres. It includes even the consideration of things like expansions for learn-to-swim pathways, increased community programs. You know, these are the things that I think the community has been asking for and obviously putting towards the city in some of those engagement processes. And just as importantly, there is a significant focus on safety. Safety is the highest priority in delivering our aquatic services. The city has demonstrated track record of maintaining high safety standards across its aquatic networks, including at facilities already managed by external operators, which has seen achievements such as platinum pool accreditation and industry-leading safety outcomes. There is clear evidence that this model can deliver stronger safety performance. The proposal also recognises that today's aquatic centres are much more than swimming pools. They are community hubs that support well-being, recreation and social connectivity. Transitioning perhaps towards what's presented here today reflects a changing expectation of our community. There is also the strong financial argument. The business case identifies, and it's been discussed more broadly today, the benefit of around $20-odd million over the period of time moving forward. And that's, for me, it's not about just the money. It's about ensuring that those ratepayer funds are used responsibly when delivering better outcomes for residents. No change should be taken lightly, but after considering the evidence, the business case, the safety framework, the governance arrangements, I believe that the recommendation provides the best balance of community benefit, quality service, accountability and long-term sustainability for the city. And I'd reiterate what Councillor Hamill actually said, that we hold the power on this and we control this. Ultimately, this is about delivering a more connected, consistent, sustainable aquatic network for the people of the Gold Coast. And for those reasons, I will be supporting this recommendation.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I wasn't a voting member of committee, so thank you for taking my speaking today. No question, absolutely see the financial opportunities at scale, but Mr. Mayor, I think for ratepayers, one of the most equally important things is setting and maintaining the service culture, and I think the best way we can do that is actually have direct interface with our staff, our team, our service culture. Mr Mayor, we're very privileged to have the Palm Beach Aquatic and Community Centre. I know Councillor O'Neill and Councillor McDonald fought with yourself to get that redeveloped. And what I did want to just acknowledge is, that has been a pool that has been outsourced previously. As a resident, I am aware of there were some issues there with that outsourcing model. And since the redevelopment, it has been transitioned to a city-run pool. The feedback on the team has been incredible. They have worked enormously hard to open a new venue, learn new things, and all I keep hearing, I think Councillor O'Neill would say the same, is how much the extra mile our staff there have gone to learn the venue, make people welcome, because they're really without a pool for a couple of years while that was being developed. Even from my own local area works, I've committed funding to the pool to have Palmy pool parties where that is direct funding across to additional staff to host these events, and put on a barbecue. And certainly under this model, that would be it would be a lot more challenging than the way we currently arrange it. A big part of the Palm Beach Aquatic and Community Centre model was the co-location of the gym and the community centre. The community centre is not coming with this, and we did ask some questions at committee. But a big part of the selling point of the community centre is a big deck, and it opens out onto the grassed area of the pool. They are meant to be integrated, and this will set a barrier between the two. We will lose that co-location. Mr Mayor, I think if I could very quickly, I know this has been long, but reflect on my own journey. I spent the better part of a decade with the Gold Coast Suns, the founding team there. And one of the most important things we did there was retain customer service of the stadium, because customer service with your audience is their experience. And I think, yes, we can do it by contract management. It's very difficult. Rather than leading directly with a team, training a team, evolving a team, yes, and looking for efficiencies, but ultimately having a direct interface with that customer service, we engaged the Disney Institute in America to come out and train the staff. And I was one of those that got the Mickey Mouse ears. And Mr Mayor, that led to the Suns having the best match day experience for a number of years. So I take that philosophy that, yes, we can outsource it, but we turn to contract management. And I think, yes, there's some financial improvements, but I think what is more important is the customer experience, being able to shape and grow our culture. So I could get on board with a mixed model. Perhaps 4 or 6 of the venues were under management, but our flagship venues like Southport and Palm Beach retained under the city that we have direct control over, and they are our most lucrative, our most profitable. We don't have a problem there. We have problems in the other areas. Some of those are outsourced. So, Mr Mayor, this was about service transformation, and the transformation in my eye, the opportunity is lost to not transform our business to be profitable and impact our staff, but to transform into contract management. And I don't want to lose that. Services where we have a direct customer service interface, I don't want to lose that. I'd like to retain that ability to shape that. So, Mr Mayor, I'll be voting against.
On the stadium there, I thought the state government owns it and it under Stadium Queensland. So, in effect, they've outsourced it to the Suns to run.
Mr Mayor, for the first 15 years, yes, it was Stadiums Queensland owned venue, but very different to, say, Seabus, which was operated by Stadiums Queensland. It was operated by the Gold Coast Suns and their stadium.
The Sun doesn't own it.
No, but they controlled, for the first 15 years, they controlled the customer service.
Being outsourced by the owner.
Mr Mayor, the owner selected the Gold Coast Suns as a single strategic provider.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
That's the best example. That's where a good outsource contract was. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. From my perspective, besides the ratepayer saving that the city will get, and obviously we've always got to look at our ratepayers at the end of the day, but we also, from my perspective, is we keep control. So we retain ownership of every asset. Council keeps sets of fees and charges. Council retains oversight of safety, compliance and performance. Council can audit, monitor and enforce service obligations through the contract. Improve community outcomes. Consistency through all venues will help improve the experience for all Gold Coasters, whether you're at the northern part of the Gold Coast or southern part of the Gold Coast. Introduction of citywide aquatic membership models, expand learn to swim pathways, additional health and wellbeing programs, and new technologies including AI assistance, drowning detection could be a positive for the city moving forward to protect our venues. Also, we talk about competition. There's 77 councils in the state of Queensland, and we have private operators as well. So, as an operator, there's 77 separate contractors, or could be throughout the city, and there'll be obviously individual operators. But that will always keep tension in the market. The other thing is that's always a challenge for a situation like this is our staff. And I think everyone really respects all our staff in the organisation, and that includes the pools. And I think that's the hardest bit for me, is what happens to the staff. But we know we've got great staff in this city, and we know that good operators will take our good staff. And I'm sure most of those staff will have the opportunity to form part of the change of these venues that will go to a single venue model. So from those perspectives, I'm happy to support the current recommendation.
Against the motion, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think sometimes the hardest decisions in local government are really not about fixing what is broken. They're really about recognising what's already working and deciding whether it really needs to change. I acknowledge the significant work that's gone into this review, and I also accept that this proposal, as many have said, is not about selling aquatic centres. We would retain ownership, continue setting fees and charges, and retain responsibility for major maintenance and capital investment. However, I cannot support this proposal. Not because I believe the preferred operator is incapable or who the preferred operator becomes, but because I am not convinced this level of change is necessary. We have heard through the process that our aquatic centres are among the best in Queensland. We have heard that safety standards are strong. We have heard that cleanliness standards are strong. We have heard that participation is strong with room to grow. So our facilities are performing well. So I think it's really fair to ask, what exactly are we trying to fix? I would have liked to see broader community consultation before we reach this point. While I appreciate the city's view that this is primarily a service delivery decision, many residents, staff, the industry, community, user groups and families clearly see these facilities as much more than that. Our larger aquatic centres are community assets that play an important role in water safety, health, sport and social connection. And I'm also concerned about the impact on staff. I acknowledge that workplace transition opportunities exist, but we should not underestimate the value of long-standing employees, local knowledge and the relationships built with the community over many years, sometimes decades. You do not replace decades of local knowledge with a contract. I'm also concerned about moving every aquatic centre under a single operator. Competition creates innovation. Competition creates benchmarking, and competition gives council options. Once all 8 centres sit under one provider, we lose that competitive tension. Mr. Mayor, the strongest argument for change is usually that something is wrong or not working. I have not seen evidence that our aquatic centres are failing our community. What I have seen is that our facilities are well used, well regarded, and deeply valued by the people who rely on them every day. Before we fundamentally change a service that is already delivering for residents, the case for change needs to be overwhelming, and for me that case has not been made, and for these reasons I cannot support this recommendation today.
Speaking for the motion, Councillor Tozer for the motion. Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've been sitting here seriously with an open and persuadable mind, and that's why I didn't rise to speak earlier. Unfortunately, I was a late apology for the lifestyle and community. It was a very late apology, and I really wanted to hear everything and read everything that's been sent through over the last few days, and just hear everyone speak, because I really have been, juggling with which way I was going to go on this. My concerns were put to rest when I read the report. I still had most of my immediate concerns were put to rest, but I still had others. Those have now been allayed by the conversation and by the debate that I've heard. I think we're getting hung up on things we really don't need to get hung up on. Councillor Hamill spoke about, a decade that we've been doing this. It's a lot more than a decade. It's a lot more than a decade, and I don't want any smart aleck comments from Councillor Hamill on this one, but the Palm Beach pool, for instance, I'm thinking back, I think Michael Wendon, actually had the contract there to manage the pool. I would say that Michael Wendon probably managed that pool for in excess of 20 years. It may have been 25 years, and I wasn't around for all that, but he was in place. My old mate Laurie Lawrence, of course, managed. Now, I don't know, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Young may be able to tell me. I think he had the Helensvale pool, or was it the Nerang pool? Both. He did have both. There we go. All right, for a number of years. So this isn't new. We've been doing it for a very long time. My concerns, as I say, when I read the report, knowing that we have control over, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said, but the most important things of all: one, we have the ownership; two, we're going to be overseeing safety, which is of paramount importance. We still have the final call on that. And so importantly for the community is the setting of the fees. That was the real concern. The other consideration that I had was staff. From my understanding of what I've read and from what I've heard, all our permanent employees will still be employed. They probably will be picked up because they are really good at what they do and they're experienced. And if not, they will actually still be absorbed into the organisation in other areas, and that's happened, throughout. So that was my concern about the job. So in the end, this is something that we've been doing for a very, very long time. I understand the concern that probably this is going to be a very close vote, but I understand the concerns for those who have spoken in the negative for this, that having a single operator seems to be, from what I'm hearing, is the biggest concern. I'm not too concerned with that at all because of what's been said by those speaking in the affirmative. It does mean that we are offering a consistent, streamlined service to the community. Because otherwise we're going to have, well, boy, why is this pool not doing what this pool? This is great. This is a great experience, but this one up here, it's just awful. The managers are awful. So I think, and we still have control if there are concerns there. We can actually go back and say, hey, you need to lift your game and you need to put this in place, you need to put that in place. So we have control, and we're not doing anything that we haven't done for the last 20, 30 years. I'm very confident. Finally, what I'd say is there is a huge saving here for the council and for the ratepayer, most importantly. Isn't that our job? Isn't our job? I mean, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because we would get smacked around the head by a large sector of the community if we actually vote this down, because they'd say, look, you know, you've still got control, you're setting the fees and charges, you're carrying on with the maintenance, you've got control over the safety, and shouldn't you be looking after our money as ratepayers? And you can actually save $20-odd million over 10 years. That's our job, to be responsible with the public purse. And if we knock that back, I'm sure we're going to get smashed around the head saying, well, don't you care about our money? You know, you've still got control of it and you could have saved money. Why didn't you do it? So either way, we're going to get smashed. Someone's not going to be happy with it. But the way I see it is, we're saving money, we're setting the fees and charges, we're still in control of all the safety and the maintenance, and we are offering a streamlined, consistent service. And our staff are still going to be employed. So as the way I see it, I can't actually see a negative in this. So from listening to all the debate, I will actually be supporting the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Speak against the motion. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was at committee. I didn't end up speaking in the debate in committee because I felt like at the time my voice was actually being ridiculed a little bit. Subsequently, the two councillors that spoke gave their views on what they thought of the issue and were rebutted in close that their arguments were ridiculous. I think that you're able to reach a conclusion from reading a document that might not be the same, and not have that criticised that you might be ideological or you might be wrong. You can just reach a different conclusion from reading the same set of documents. I think in this regard, I've listened to everyone today. You know, Councillor Martin gave us a local perspective, also gave the perspective around the customer interface that he was referring to with the Gold Coast Sun, which I welcomed. I sought the guidance of Councillor Marshall, who told me about his experience in Miami, which he says is an outsourced pool that does pretty good. And so these conversations we're having here today aren't, in my opinion, aren't about a proponent that may or may not be selected. For me, it's about the idea of going down this path of total operational control with a proponent. That's how I see this. It's quite a balanced approach, in my opinion. Councillor Fowler actually outlined, to my mind, a lot of the concerns that I've raised, that I've thought about, and I appreciated what Councillor Fowler said today. And I think Councillor Patterson has articulated, in a very uniquely Councillor Patterson way, the risks that she sees as posed by this. And some of that I agree with too. I formed a view when reading this that there's no harm with an operational model that we've employed long before my time for pools at the moment or under management. I think that's fine. I don't have an ideological position against any one operator or against any particular privatisation of the operations of the pool. I have read the matrix around responsibilities, around what we're responsible for, what they're responsible for, and I've looked at the financials as well. I just happen to come at a different conclusion than others, and I think that we should respect people's views. Councillor Marshall has a unique perspective to offer in relation to the experience of people who are coming here to experience a pool from outside the city, and I really valued that input. Mr. Mayor, you're going to be travelling and selling the city for the next 6 years, as well with Trish, in relation to the Olympics, and I think that having a flagship pool or two under our control maintains our ability, not going to say that it's lesser with another operator, but we have total control over how we present our image to visitors throughout the world who are coming here to experience the city. I think Councillor Marshall outlined that Brisbane are building a new pool. It's going to take a long time to get there, and so we are, Mr. Mayor, you are primarily positioned to sell the city in relation to accessing our pools. There will be contractual arrangements in place, I understand that, but I think that the ability to move on a last-minute notice to host a games or to be an emergency provider or to be able to present ourselves to the world as we are with our branding in various capacities, I think is an important part of this. I think the other parts that I've struggled with a little bit in relation to the risk, is that if the city exits this space in its entirety, and we have to forecast what might not go well, that an operator may run into some trouble. We have to forecast that. That's about our job, about weighing the upsides and the downsides. I think that we would be better prepared at that time to step in without having to go through the process of a local government process for getting an operator again. We could step in. Whereas if we have to go back to market at that point, there could be a downside through those periods or a downturn during that period where the pool may not be available. And I feel like my perspective is that the risk of entirely jumping into the pool rather than dipping our feet a little bit less, I think that's worth the risk against going totally into it. I think that if this is an excellent idea, which it very well might be, I think that retaining a couple, Palm Beach or Southport, something like that, might then allow us the opportunity to reflect on this contract and see whether or not it's worked in a period of time. And if it is absolutely doing all of the benefits that those who spoke in favour of it doesn't preclude us from that point of going back and saying, you know what, we've assessed it, we took a more cautious approach, and now we're going to continue because we've shown the councillors who may have had trepidations, but also the community that may have trepidations, that it worked, and it worked with a big pool, like, say, for example, one up in the north. And then I think the other part to this for me is the staffing element, and there are, to those that are watching, like, we respect what you do, we value what you do in the city, in our pools, and to me, I think that if we retain a couple of pools rather than put all of our eggs in one basket, that allows us to retain that talent, to provide opportunities which meets our enterprise bargaining arrangement obligations, and also allows us to be able to accommodate those that want to stay within the family of the city. So I come at this with a slightly different perspective, and I respect those who have a different viewpoint. I think it is a really important matter that we try to respect ratepayers' money, and I'm just going to conclude with that, just to highlight that, Councillor LeCastre mentioned our main role is to be responsible with the finances of the city, and I couldn't agree more. But we have to do that all the time, not just when we want to do it on an issue here. And I think, we make decisions on spending all the time, and sometimes you might agree with it, and sometimes you might not. I get that. I guess last council we made a decision as a council to provide 1.6 million to the St Vincent de Paul's to give them credit or to forgive infrastructure charges, which was a choice of council, I respect, but that was a cost that's almost similar to the saving per annum that we're talking about here today. So we make decisions all the time. I think that we can still make a decision not to do this and still be respectful with ratepayers' money, and for that reason I'll be voting against.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Doran, for your respectful address. Obviously, there's been a lot of public concern about this issue, Mr Mayor. We've all been receiving a significant amount of correspondence from the community, and I believe that's all been very genuine, and it's helped us be alert to the concerns of the community, whether that be employees or users of the facilities. Some of those fears, I think, have been unfounded, and I think that's an unfortunate aspect of this whole process, whereby it's been necessary to approach staff and forewarn them of changes, and then that's kind of created a significant degree of concern in the community. But as has been addressed by other councillors, there are a lot of benefits out of this. I had approached Councillor Tozer to ask if we might just delay this and refer it back to committee so we can have more open discussion and address each of those particular things, but you've allowed that debate today, and I'm pretty comfortable with that, Mr Mayor, comfortable to express my support, because I can only see a lot of benefits in this, whether that be to the staff, who I think may have the opportunity to move between the pools and seek promotion or opportunities that wouldn't be apparent to them in a small pool. So they'll have a network of pools to work within, and I think that's really good. The other benefit is the One Pass, which will enable citizens to use any of those pools in a very free and transparent way, very dynamic way.
Point of clarification, Mr.
And
Mayor,
I accept
on that.
that is a feasibility.
Just sorry if I can, just to confirm that the officers stated that the one pass that service can work whether there's one operator or internal or not.
Thank you. Councillor Beer.
Yes, as I was saying, I accept that model is feasible, but it's certainly been an apparent thing to us that through having the one operator, people will have that ability to be very dynamic. One of the approaches that I had, and no doubt other councillors, was about underwater hockey, which is not one of my key sports, but those people approached us and said, we've got some real issues with costings out of these new models. And so number 8 here reflects that in that it says we're going to have a separate report on aquatic sports group booking fees that will come to a committee, and then we can make a decision about how we deal with those sorts of clubs who are people coming together to try to improve their health and well-being and have a lot of fun as well. So we've got that capacity, and we can, through those mechanisms, impart good outcomes across the city. And I think that's a really important aspect of this degree of control that we're going to achieve. Finally, there has been quite a lot of discussion about savings, and that's a very important aspect to me. I would really, and I'm hoping I'm not dreaming this alone, I would hope that we turn that savings into benefits for the community very directly. It would be great to review our fees and charges for pools and aquatic centres next year and perhaps drive them down, because in some cases they're quite high for a family who want to get a season pass or something like that. Not making any promises to anyone, but I think that would be great to have that focus, given the apparent savings that we can make to the community through this process. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. For the motion, against the motion, I'll go to Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, in closing, I just want to try to close out the loop on a few of the things that were said during debate, which I think was really robust, and it's a real honour to serve with people in the chambers who want to share the views of their community and engage in such respectful debate. It's been good. Councillor Fowler touched on whether anything needs to change, and unfortunately, we're at a point where at least 4 of the contracts out of the 8 have to be renegotiated, and so the needs to change impetus is the fact that 4 external contracts are expiring. They must be negotiated, and those providers have already informed us that as a result of rising costs and regulatory environment, that those costs are going to increase to council. And so in order for us to try to mitigate those costs, we've looked as a council at combining into one single strategic provider, and that's been a response to those external providers providing us that feedback. Any suggestion that something doesn't have to change, something has to change, there is going to be an increased cost to council because those external providers have already said so. Councillor Wilkinson just whispered in my ear at one point while the debate was going on, and he said, look, we spend a lot of time talking about people who use the pools and the services that they need and want, but the greatest beneficiaries of those in the city of this proposal are those that don't actually visit pools at all. Because if you don't use the pools and you're not involved in the pools, then you have the greatest opportunity to benefit from effectively a $22 million or more saving from an operational action of council. And so I think that's important as well. Councillor Castro talked a little bit about competitiveness, and I appreciate him speaking in favour, but he actually mentioned people like the Laurie Lawrence swim schools and the Baildon Superfish, and then I kind of added on things like, and in my area, Somerset has a swim club and Bond University has a swim club. There's lots of providers that provide pool services either in a swim club or a nominally public or a membership model that can make sense, that are comparable to our own services. Councillor Marshall talked a little bit about community consultation, and I know that's very important to him in his community. He has some interesting Facebook videos that are very communicative at times. But I did, in my opening remarks, I talked about the fact that we consulted the community through a GC Have Your Say survey at the end of November that talked about all community centres and community facilities. We have engaged them on the budget, and at that November 24, 1,200 people responded and talked about the sorts of things that they wanted, and this recommendation enables those to occur. Councillor O'Neill talked about being concerned that services may not be better under this model, and the reality is that services will be better because the cost constraints at council prevent us from competing with providers in the fitness aquatics industry without subsidising those programs, particularly from outside of the 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, or on the weekend. And part of that feeds into something that Councillor Patterson talked about as well, similar commentary. We can't actually expand programs for the aquatic centres competitively when our industrial relations environment is different, structured quite properly on 9 to 5 staff, Monday to Friday. That's how we structure our enterprise bargaining agreement. At the same time, the fitness aquatic industry has their own award, and they structure it quite properly on a casual and seasonal workforces. They're two totally different industries, and we are not able to compete on those terms, and it's quite appropriate that the Fitness Aquatic Activity of Council should be managed by the fitness aquatic industry. That's the right thing to do. Councillor Patterson also raised some issues in relation to risk, and the inherent risk that she kind of talked about was this idea of what if this single service provider fails in some way or the contract has to be terminated, what happens to the pools when that happens? Maybe that's some sort of commercial issue occurs. And the reality is that councils still maintain the largest lifeguard service in Australia amongst councils. We still have a bunch of lifeguards who we can redeploy on different things when we need to. And we also have one of the largest network of community centres. So our pools, which have these community centre staff and lifeguards, which are the two combined kind of nominal services, we actually already have a great resource able to deploy into that if an emergency occurs. Now, given, again, my opening address, we talked about these 4 suppliers of this service. They're large companies that are unlikely to fail of that in that way. They are very unlikely risks, but it is important to think about them. So I want to acknowledge Councillor Patterson raising that. She also touched on this idea of single strategic providers. That is not a common thing that we do, but the reality is we actually have a single source provider list that we engage with on a regular basis. Councillor Hamill mentioned one of them in JJ Richards, but there are other single service providers across our procurement processes that are engaged for unique experience, financial advantage, or geographic capability that are just suitable for us for a given reason. And this is not an out of the ordinary proposition. Mr. Mayor, I think that addresses most of the concerns that came up through the debate. So I wanted to make sure that a person watching this on the stream will be able to see those responses and hear those. I commend this recommendation to councillors. I appreciate it has stimulated some incredible debate, and there's been a lot of community interest in this issue. But I am confident that this not only delivers a better financial outcome to non-pool users and the whole city, but also will actually deliver better services, particularly on the weekends, for people who love our aquatic centres. And I know that some of the provisions that the contract could incorporate will be taken note of by officers today, and things like our lifeguards, that iconic image of the Gold Coast lifeguard could possibly form part of a new contract that we solve or that we implement with a provider in the coming months and over the coming year. I commend it to councillors today.
Councillors, debate's closed.
Division, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Patterson, you'd like to state your foreshadow motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the Secretary's got that available. I'll just wait for it to come up on the screen. The change is number 2, Mr. Mayor. Do you wish me to speak to it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillors, division's call. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate?
No. The foreshadow is over here. We're voting on the motion. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Lacastre, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Doran, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Fowler, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Councillors, I'm hungry, aren't you? All right, let's do 40 minutes. Is enough for you? Adjourn. What? Right, we're in open, aren't we?
We are now, yeah.
Yep. And anyone listening out there, the gallery's open. Okay. Councillor Tozer.
Unless there's any other items.
Any other items, anyone? Councillor Tozer, go ahead.
Move that any remaining recommendations of the LER committee held on the 13th of August be adopted.
Okay, second to Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. We go to Economic Tourism and Events. Councillor Castro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the minutes of the 870th Economy, Tourism and Events Committee meeting, which was held on Thursday, 13th of August 2026, and covered by recommendations 1 to 5, and that they be received.
Second, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Anyone? Councillor Lacastra?
That's the way we do it in Economic Tourism and Development, Mr Mayor. I move the recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Right. I go to Councillor Curtis for Water, Waste and Energy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 870 Water, Waste and Energy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of August 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Second, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Anyone? Councillor Curtis.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that all recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Transport Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 870 Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 18th of August 2026, covered by recommendations 1 to 4, be received.
Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I just pull out 6.2, please, to move it?
Yep, Councillor, we're going to 6.2. Move Councillor Taylor. Second to Councillor Hamill. Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. This item is in relation to Old Coach Road, and there's been a lot of concerns with the traffic incidents along that particular road, but also talks about other opportunities for residents to get from Bermuda Street and through to Old Coach Road, which is always a transport challenge. During the committee meeting, we spoke about the importance of the improvements of Old Coach Road, and we had 2 particular options that was presented. The challenge we have at the moment with Old Coach Road, which is to exit 87 of Bermuda, is a cost to the city moving forward, and that particular project would need to make it feasible for the city, state contributions, and I think it's something that the state government needs to be continuously looking at improvements, and this is one area that they need to be proactive in to get a better outcome. But part of the report was to look at the option of Comewell Drive connecting to Old Coach Road and an alternative connection. So the report talks about the improvements, improvements now to Old Coach Road, community consultation in relation to opening up Comewell Drive for access, and then obviously the cost of that coming back to full council. So based on that information, I'd just like to move the motion.
Second,
it already got moved and seconded.
yeah, that's right. Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I just wanted to say a few words about the matter, if that's okay. Mr Mayor, sometimes when we arise in chambers to speak on a matter, we agree with everything on the screen, but there are missing parts that we kind of argue it because it's a missed opportunity, as opposed to disagreeing with the motions before us. And to be frank, I agree with the motion before us. Over the last 2 decades, unfortunately, there has been 2 deaths and more than 25, I think, hospitalisations on Old Coach Road. And so the motion before us talks about dealing with some of those challenges and over the coming 4 years allocating funds in our capital expenditure budget, which have already been adopted in the 4-year plan at the most recent budget, to improve some of those safety issues. The fourth element was something that kind of came later, and it was a proposal of Councillor Martin that talked a little bit about Cowell Drive, and which is a road that currently is closed that enters onto Old Coach Road, but due to sight lines, sight distances, it's never been active when Bermuda Street connects through to Oyster Creek and then to Old Coach Road. So it's never been a through road. It used to be an access road for the development of what's known as Old Burleytown, which is just outside my division. Mr Mayor, the area itself is home to about 8,000 students. Schools, private schools in the area, King's Christian College, Hillcrest College, Gold Coast Christian College, St Andrews, Lutheran College are all in this area, and residents from around this area taking their kids from their homes to school each day, are congested through this area quite considerably. And one of the proposals that was on the table was a significant upgrade to that road connecting Bermuda Street to Tullabudgera Creek Road, which are both state roads, but in order for them to do, they'd need to traverse a council road. I spoke in committee on a number of things. Firstly, I wanted to acknowledge those safety issues. I was glad that we had allocated money to have a bit of respect for those people who have been in those terrible circumstances, those terrible incidents. I did touch on the school issue, and I did talk about Cowell Drive. I think Cowell Drive represents a really good opportunity for us to potentially divert traffic from Old Coach Road back onto the state road network at Bermuda Street. But at the moment, that doesn't seem like it's going to be able to be done for less than $5 to $10 million, and perhaps not necessarily even in the next 4 to 5 years. I was a bit frustrated by that. But most importantly, Mr Mayor, this area abuts the area that is home or was home to the proposed Reedy Creek quarry owned by Boral. And it's a large site that was obviously going to have a big quarry on it and some land allocated to conservation as part of that quarry. But on Boral's website right now, it states that they have been in discussions with the state government about turning that instead of into a quarry, turning into a residential development. And it's my view that this road is essential for that development. If there is going to be residential development to the extent that it would mitigate the cost of losing a quarry, that strikes me as quite a significant investment. And, I think we need to be more forthright with the state government to ensure they understand council's expectation is that residents moving into that area, were that to go ahead, should connect direct to the M1 and direct to Bermuda Street and not have to navigate around the council roads to get people from where they live to where they work or go to school. I think the motion before us, like I said, is a missed opportunity to make our position more clear on that. But I do trust that in this forum, I'm able to say that, and hopefully the state will listen. And when they do make a decision about the future use of the site that was known as the Reedy Creek Quarry, or the future proposed quarry, when they decide to do something with that, they have regard for the work that council has already done and already invested in to make sure roads are safe in this Reedy Creek, Tullabudgera, Old Burleytown area. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Taylor to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The report demonstrates the need to improve safety along Old Coach Road. The preferred option 1A delivers important safety upgrades, includes road geometry improvements, guardrails and flood resilient measures, and does within the council's existing budget capacity. While some may prefer the larger transport solution, the reality is that more expensive option, including the new link road connection to exit 87 and Bermuda Street, comes with a significant higher cost and has not attracted the state government's funding support required to make it a viable project at this time. Without that partnership, it is simply not a reasonable use of ratepayers' money. Importantly, the amended strengthens the recommendation, allowing further investigation to the potential reopening of the Old Coach Road and Cowell Drive connections. Just as importantly, it ensures the local divisional councillors are involved in the consultation process, that outcomes are brought back through the Transport and Infrastructure Committee and Council for consideration for any future decisions made. This approach allows us to deliver the safety improvements to our community needs now, while keeping the future transport connectivity options open and ensuring the community has a genuine voice in that process. For those reasons, I'm pleased to support the recommendation.
Okay, debate's closed, councillors. Motion to hear all in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried.
Mr Mayor, could we?
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just 7.1. Just
before we go there,
sorry.
Do you want to record in the negative?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Could you record Councillor Tozer and Councillor Martin voted in the negative, please? Before we go to the 7.1 or whatever, I just want to go to 8.1. It's a GB item. Just on that, it shows that absent myself. Just because I'm not there doesn't mean I'm absent. I mean, otherwise you might as well go back to 2012 that I'm ex officio. You'll be recording I'm absent on a lot of stuff, so I don't think I'm not really absent. I'm just decide not to be there, that's all. So is that all right? Did you remove that? Thank you. Anyone object with that? No? Okay.
That's been the practice. You've never been noted as absent when you.
I know, but it's there. So anyhow, be different if I turn up and go. Now I'm leaving. But anyhow, so that's that. I'll go back to you, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to pull out 7.1. I know it's an enclosed item, but just thank the Michael and his team for the work they've done in this space. It's really important to understand our road maintenance program moving forward and the work they've done over the last couple of years to asset our roads, to understand what costs are involved for moving forward for future budgets. During the report, it talks about prevention, it talks about renewal, and also talks about reconstruction program. So this report will really allow us
to
come up.
So do you want to move that item?
So, yep.
Move. Second to Councillor Hamill.
Sorry. So it's really to thank the team for the work they've done over the last 2 years to ensure that we've got a really good understanding of our road network system and hopefully ensures our budgeting process moving, that we're targeting the right roads moving forward. So thank you.
No, thank you for that. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show your hands. Against, motion carried. 7.1 is done. Councillor Marshall?
8.1.
Okay, we go to 8.1.
Look, I'm just looking to open it and move to a change recommendation.
Okay, just before you go there, I'll go to General Counsel. That 8.1 there, is that really a GB item as the way it sits, or do I rule it out of order?
Through the Chair, Mr. Mayor, based on the criteria for being a general business item, the matter needs to be either a routine matter or otherwise something that would not properly be the subject of a committee report. I just wonder if this is something that might be more appropriately listed for a committee meeting.
Yeah, so that's not really a GB then, am I right?
If it can't meet those requirements, it's not a general business item.
Okay, 8.1 is not a GB item.
Mr. Mayor, without wanting to create an issue, the chair of that committee accepted that general business item.
But I'm chair of this committee.
And you're ruling the decision of another committee chair out of order?
Yeah.
He's the boss.
Well, show me which ordinance you're quoting. Just because a chair makes a mistake doesn't mean I don't correct it.
Yeah, but again, it is a subjective decision of each chair.
Well,
that is
it's subjective, okay. I'm saying it's not a GB item.
Of course, but as the chair of this committee, you could of course reject a general business item that was ruled out of order for this meeting, but for another meeting, Mr. Mayor, when you have delegated the responsibility to chair, you've delegated the responsibility to chair a committee to another person. Council has done that,
and this item is now before this committee.
But it's no longer a general business. It's no longer a general business matter. It's not. It was at the committee, but it's no longer now. Now it is a recommendation of a committee.
Okay, let me ask you this. It's before us as a GB, am I right?
That is my understanding through the Chair.
I rest my case.
Mr. Mayor, you know, I would seek a review of this matter, Mr. Mayor. It is only a general business matter. It's now a recommendation of a committee for which the chairmanship was delegated by this council.
And they didn't make it. Look, nobody's perfect. They made a mistake. I'm correcting it.
Mr. Mayor, I'll respectfully disagree with your ruling.
Okay. So 8.1's rule out of order. I suggest to you that for the next committee meeting, bring up whatever GB you want to do, that just check it with General Counsel. That is an appropriate GB. Anyone else want to do any other items? Councillor Doran, ask a question, go ahead.
Mr Mayor, just in relation to 8.1, would it be permissible to amend 8.1 to call for a report, or is the matter completely ruled out?
The matter's gone.
Thanks.
Any other items, councillors? I go back to Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendeds be adopted.
Seconder, anyone? Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
Mr Mayor,
item 12.
Could you please record my voting against?
Yep,
on that
voted
item?
against. Right. Consideration notice of motion. Neil. 13, question on notice. Neil. 14, petition. I've got a Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the petition calling for a stop to the privatisation of the Pimpama Sports Hub be received and referred to a committee for a consideration and report. Mr Mayor, I guess it can be grouped up with all other petitions on this matter, which will still require a formal response of council to come through a committee.
Okay, seconder. Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.2, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to investigate and relocate an unlicensed gas refilling operation be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Doran. All in favour, show of hands.
Thank you.
Against, motion carried. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to ensure that the open space levy is used solely for habitat acquisition be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.4, Councillor Castro.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move a petition which is calling for the City of Gold Coast to reinstate pathway lighting at Riverwood Drive, Ashmore, and ask that it be received and referred to the appropriate committee.
Yeah. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. 14.5, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition seeking a review of the administrative decision to issue a notice of non-renewal of deed of licence to EDIBLESCAPES be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report. And if I can just say this, Mr Mayor, the petition also seeks that the notice to vacate by the 14th of September be held in abeyance. So I'm just raising that for the CEOs to be alert of that if Council accepts the petition.
Okay, let's see the seconder. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Do you want to speak a bit further on that?
Oh, thanks, Mr Mayor. Well, thanks for the opportunity. There's a group called EDIBLESCAPES who've occupied a licensed area at Country Paradise Parklands since 2017. It's a very popular and very well recognised facility. It's a permaculture garden. It doesn't fit within Council's strict guidelines, and so there's been some concerns about its operation. Council officers have made an administrative decision and issued a notice that they won't be having the deed of licence renewed, and that they have to vacate the premises by the 14th of September. They've sought an administrative review, and that's been dealt with, and the decision has been held. This petition now would seek that Council receive a report and consider the matter. But just out of consideration of the notice to vacate by the 14th of September, it would be daft, if nothing else, for them to have to vacate, and then Council might subsequently make a decision not to have them vacate, and then they'd have to reoccupy. So I'm just seeking the CEO take that into account.
Mr. CEO, can you just leave them there for a minute? Yep. Okay.
Before the petition is dealt with by Council. Thank you very much for that.
Should the motion go through? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I move that the petition calling for the City of Gold Coast to review dingo management practices within the city's conservation estate be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Second, anyone? Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. All right, GB 15.1. You want to move this one?
If you would like me to speak to this, that's fine. This relates to the KERKIN Road Adventure Parklands.
All right, I'll second it.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. These parklands, for those of you who are not familiar, have been proposed for probably 12 or 14 years, and I think the then representative Councillor Cameron Caldwell placed some signage on the vacant block saying coming soon. So the community's been waiting a very, very long time for the delivery of these parklands. Mr Mayor, when you contacted me about the possibility of renaming that parkland, currently known as quite a mouthful, the KERKIN Road Adventure Parklands, and you came up with the suggestion of changing the name to Olympia Park. And Mr Mayor, I recognise and respect the reasons for this because of Council's association with ancient Olympia, the sister city relationship that has been established, and also because there's already an existing adventure playground at Upper Coomera, and I had alerted the officers to the confusion some time ago that may arise if we called this a similar name to the current adventure playground at Upper Coomera. This was the adventure parkland, so there was a difference, but it's actually a really good move, I believe, to signify a really positive way forward with the sister city arrangement, and also as a great legacy of Council's co-hosting of the 2032 Games. So you may like to add more to that, but I would hope that councillors will support your general business item today for the reasons outlined.
Anyone speak against that? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. So, thank you. Very eloquent.
Off the cuff.
15.2, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This general business item seeks Council's endorsement to initiate a report investigating future opportunities for the provision of a wakeboarding facility on the Gold Coast following the recent closure of the Gold Coast Wake Park. For more than a decade, the facility provided significant sporting, recreational...
You're a seconder.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Peter Young is seconded.
For more than a decade, the facility provided significant sporting, recreational, community and tourism benefits to the city, including hosting major events and supporting participation in one of Australia's fastest growing water sports. And I'd like to acknowledge Daniel Watkins and his team for providing this facility for our city. Its closure has left a gap in the Gold Coast sporting and recreational landscape and has generated considerable community interest in understanding whether alternative locations may exist to support the future of the sport locally. A report to Council would identify potential opportunities, constraints and requirements associated with future provision, together with any partnerships and next steps that may assist in supporting the long-term future of wakeboarding on the Gold Coast. It may also consider how future opportunities align with the development of the city's future water sports master plan. I would like to acknowledge the very, very passionate wakeboarding community that we have here in our city, particularly the advocacy from the Gold Coast Wakeboarding Club, We have a lot of professional wakeboarders, young people who are in this club. Their parents are running the club and they are ex-pros themselves. And I'd like to make a special mention to Courtney Albertini for her advocacy on the matter. There were hundreds in attendance, Mr Mayor, at the closure on the last day of the wake park. There was a lot of tears, and I guess standing out there with that community, it was really impactful in how much of a hole this closure is leaving in our city. So we've got the recommendation there, Mr Mayor. It basically asks the CEO to provide a report back to Council as soon as practical on future opportunities for the provision of a wakeboarding facility on the Gold Coast, including the identification of Council-owned or other suitable locations that may support the establishment of a future wakeboarding facility, the planning, environmental, technical and operational considerations associated with potential locations, any further investigation, studies or approvals that may be required to assess the feasibility of potential opportunities, the economic, tourism, recreational and community benefits associated with a future wakeboarding facility, opportunities for partnerships with private sector operators, sporting organisations and other relevant stakeholders, and how future opportunities for wakeboarding may align with or inform the development of the city's future water sports master plan.
Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. 15.3, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, thank you. Rise to present a general business item titled City Planning Building Uplift Height Provisions. Mr Mayor, I know there's a fair bit of preamble on this one, but the recommendation is fairly straightforward in that it just requests a report to come back to the next council meeting.
The motion's on the screen. I'll second it. Go ahead, Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, so obviously in light of committee and in light of a decision having a stop the clock put on today that involves the 50% uplift test, but also more broadly acknowledging that the 50% uplift test does not just apply to towers, it also applies to anywhere in the medium density zone. So applications that might be for a mum and dad looking to redevelop a house site and put a partial third story triggers the 50% uplift test. So just want to acknowledge that the uplift test, its criterion, but the implications of the Court of Appeal decision and what happens next are much more broad than just on tower developments. Mr Mayor, it's why I'm seeking this report is that I think there is a need for all councillors to have a broader understanding of those implications, what the impacts are, what the High Court appeal process looks like, but also to examine what other opportunities may be available to us or the state that may help address this issue. Mr Mayor, I might leave it at that. If there's any further questions that I can answer, and I'm happy to take them, but I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to know through you if we could possibly ask questions of the acting CEO or city officers, or perhaps it's Councillor Hamill. I guess I was really wanting a broad understanding on the preliminary timelines of what this work could entail. So if we're talking about a report to council, the development of a TLPI, then that being approved by the city and then ultimately the state for it to be enacted, how long, broadly speaking, would that time frame take?
Should I get Alicia?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Nat Trappett will be able to advise of those timelines and costs.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, in terms of the timeline, so firstly, Council needs to resolve to make a TLPI if that's ultimately the course that Council wants to proceed with. That report obviously would be intended to come back on the 15th of September. From there, it goes up to the state. Under the Minister's guidelines and rules, it's a 20-day turnaround for the Minister to consider. As I understand, those timeframes can potentially change, but then subsequent to that, it would be then a matter for Council to resolve to either adopt or not adopt, assuming the Minister approves.
Yeah. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, just a little bit of additional context, and thank you for that answer, Nat, but just to clarify too that while the report will most definitely look at a TLPI option, we'll also analyse what other options would be available to Council. An amendment to the planning scheme will also analyse what other state options would be available. Just, I want to make it clear in the public record, it's not just a report about a TLPI, it will look at other avenues, but acknowledges that a TLPI is definitely one of those and might be the cleanest and easiest option available to us.
Okay. Question again, Councillor Fowler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll just ask one more and then I can see some other hands are up. If this does proceed today, I guess for my own benefit of other councillors, I'd like to request some additional information that's included in the report if possible, and particularly around the 44 projects to be affected and the approximate 100 projects potentially affected. I know that it feels like this has come from the Property Council of Australia, is my understanding, and if there is a list of projects that may be affected, I think it'd be really valuable for councillors to understand what are those projects. And I guess I'm really trying to determine you know, how many are actually going to be impacted by this one provision that the High Court is considering, or is it just that, you know, basically just some more information. So we're talking about 44 projects. Are the 44 projects going to be impacted by this one provision? Are they all going for the 50% uplift? Just any more detail on that I think would be really useful for council.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Fowler is correct in referencing the Property Council of Australia report. We've also had letters and I think information come from 2 other industry bodies as well. I would rightly expect that those reports provided to us that officers have been provided and I've seen a copy of would be part of the report.
You want to add to it? Okay. Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Just before I ask my question, I might add that I think it's on the record that only 1/3 of our development approvals is ever constructed. So I would imagine the figures that have been provided to date are based on every approval that has been made. And there is a level of uncertainty about construction. So I felt that was a little muddied in the news reporting to date. But Mr. Mayor, my question was about the High Court challenge. My understanding is that it hasn't yet been accepted. Can I just check through you that the High Court has a period of time to decide whether or not they will accept the challenge, and that I think the figure I read was 20%, only 20% of High Court challenges ever progress.
Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, the submission hasn't been accepted yet, and the indication of time that you're recommending is about accurate.
About what, sorry?
2 months.
2 months. Okay.
And 20% of those are successful, you're correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, just one more query on that decision to move forward with a High Court challenge. I was really perplexed by that it was a decision made by the administration when the council is responsible for the consideration of the officer's recommendations in every case other than delegated approvals where a delegation is supported by the local councillor. And I wondered if someone could explain to me how it was considered unnecessary to have council decide. And I'll explain why, because I've had complaints about it, and it's been suggested that councillors just want the 50% uplift provided on every occasion, and that's not been the experience. We've had a number of applications in recent days at Palm Beach where the officers have considered each and every application on its merit individually, but what has occurred is something quite contrary to the strategic framework of our planning scheme, because what we've ended up with probably, Councillor Martin would know the number, but maybe 5 or 6 development approvals in a close proximity, and they have all been suggested to be approved with the 50% uplift, which has then provided a solid wall of almost evenly height buildings when our strategic framework actually suggests that we would seek to have a varied skyline. So it's not always that we agree with the officer's subjectivity on the 50% uplift, and yet this High Court challenge would presume that it's been a decision of council, and it wasn't, and I really would like to understand why.
Okay. Acting CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might get General Counsel to answer that for you.
Through the Chair, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to move into closed session if we're talking about High Court court proceedings?
Very appropriate.
On the basis of legal advice?
Okay.
Sorry.
Councillors, I move that we go into close. Second to anyone? Councillor Gates, based on the reason given by General Counsel. All in favour show hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. And while the streaming on, I know I can be heard outside. Gallery is now open. Okay. Okay. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before we went into closed, we heard about, obviously there's the High Court appeal, but this motion, which there is a report, which calls for a report, I suppose, how can the city consider the outcome of that avenue? Would it not be more appropriate to consider as part of this the outcomes of a High Court challenge? Because, Mr. Mayor, if we embark on seeking other avenues around potential TLPIs, we are still waiting for an outcome of a High Court. In my view, we need a comprehensive report of all the avenues: new planning scheme, High Court appeal, interpretation of our own city plan. So my question through you is, are we not creating a gap here if we bring a report back urgently when we are still waiting the outcome of a High Court appeal, which I think is going to take 20 days to know whether it's going to be accepted?
You want to have a go at that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly from our perspective, we could include some relevant information about the process if it would assist councillors in having the full ambit.
Okay. Councillor Taylor.
Just want a question in relation to 20 days to be accepted by the High Court. What would be the time frame for a decision outside after acceptance?
2 months. It's 2 months, not 20 days. Okay. Rightio. Is that a question?
Yes, it is, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I share Councillor Martin's concerns, and for me, I can't understand how we can request something which clarifies the intended application of our city plan when we first need to clarify what that is. For me, that has recently been clarified by a judgment, a legal judgment. I wonder if we could request that a city officers present a report back considering the recent court decision, which would look at, okay, what was the court's consideration, what are the next steps on that, and also include options. But for me, this comes from a particular perspective. It's saying this is our intent, this is how we want to apply it, and we want to create an instrument on it. I'm not comfortable. It's kind of like a big cart before the horse, where it says to clarify the intended application. So I think a more general report would be more helpful.
Councillor Hamill.
Mr. Mayor, officers have made it well and truly clear that in bringing back this report, it will have to be holistic and include all that other information that councillors have raised both in open and closed session. There's one point I would just take a slightly different train to Councillor Patterson on, is that this room sets the statutory document and sets the intent, not a court. A court may run a process and there may be a new piece of case law, but it is absolutely within the right of this chamber to decide that based on that new case law that we believe an update to a document is needed. That would be an option available in this, but as stated previously, the report will include details in the Court of Appeal, the High Court process. It will include options like a TLPI, an amendment to a planning scheme. There are several state instruments that the state could use if they wish to as well. It will have all of that information, but as it's my GBI, I want to make it clear that my intent definitely is that I think that these criteria have been a problem since day one. We have been relying upon a particular piece of case law for the last 5 years that we've been able to work with. That piece of case law is now being tested up to the High Court. Instead of knowing if that's months or years before we might have that judgment, and in the meantime having an incredible amount of uncertainty about if an application can be assessed or decided, and having a lot of community trying to understand how this all works, I'm seeking a report that gives the option to councillors to say, well, the other path, instead of relying completely on the court, is to re-establish the intent make it clear so that for the industry, the community, our assessment officers, this elected wing, and for the courts on any future appeals, that the intent is much clearer. Because as it currently stands, under the case law and under the original terminology, it's not very clear at all.
Okay. Question, Councillor Gates?
A contribution, if you'll accept it, in response to those words.
Okay.
I'm going to support the general business item today, Mr Mayor, but I would make the point that in Councillor Hamill mentioning the intent of this room and the setting of parameters by the council, I make the point that the uplift provisions were suggested to occur in limited or special circumstances in our planning scheme. And that has not been our experience, and yet I firmly believe that was the intent of the council of the day in 2016 when the planning scheme was adopted. And that was a safeguard so that it wasn't just a carte blanche for anyone who wanted to apply. The fact that it would be applied and approved in I can't remember whether it says limited circumstances or special circumstances, but it's certainly not intended on every occasion. And most recently, that's been the experience of the interpretation of the officers that has been put before council. Now, I'm happy to get a report that considers a wide range of options for council, and that's exactly what has been provided today. So I'm satisfied with that, but I'm glad that the community knows that there are differing views about the uplift provisions, and this is a great opportunity for some clarity.
Okay. Right. Any other questions? Councillor Hamill, do you want to open the debate?
Call it open or call it close?
Sorry.
Just to summarise.
Mr Mayor, happy to summarise. So it is calling for a report to be brought back. I acknowledge that while not the first in my time in this chamber, it is a rarity to have a Court of Appeal decision, and then now to be testing it in the High Court. So rightly, all councillors who are not lawyers want to understand more about how that process works, what the steps look like, what it looks like in the future. Mr Mayor, I'm also very conscious, and the reason for the report is that while we must allow the court process to run its course and see what comes of that, the report also opens up the opportunity that there are other avenues available to this council and to this chamber to consider in the light of the fact that we've got 2.5 years under this current planning scheme when you include the 12-month window after endorsement for subsequent applications to come under. It has other options available to us that can be looked at. Mr Mayor, maybe just checking too, so that one interesting thing on the back of Councillor Gates' contribution, the Court of Appeal judgment actually did look at that limited circumstances and have ruled on that it agrees with our interpretation on that. So we've already got a very, very recent judgment to say that the limited circumstances use and how often we've used it. And in the end, Mr Mayor, it has been used on hundreds of applications now, and the voting record of councillors on those applications is for all to see. I look forward to the report coming back in September, which allows this chamber to consider all of those items and consider if there is a need to make a specific amendment, a TLPI, to talk to the state about what the consequences are. And that, for me, doing that in concurrence with the court case makes sense. I don't see the need to wait for the court case that could possibly take months or years, and then however that goes to then have this discussion. We can have this discussion in concurrence. Doesn't mean we have to do anything, but let's have the discussion and then make a decision as a group of what happens next.
Anyone speak against? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I totally get the value of bringing a report back. The part that I am stuck on is that the wording of this recommendation is suggesting that an intended application is assumed. It assumes our intended application when that report is presented. In planning committees, since I've started in this role, this is something that I have always battled with, and I have supported on many occasions that the requirements have been met on the definition of affordable that was presented by the officers. And the officers would say, well, look, it's not affordable as in affordable, it's affordable as in, you know, for the example of you could have one $20 million house on the beachfront, or you could have 20 different units, for example. They said every time when that was questioned by me and others in planning committee, it was said, look, this is a legal precedent. It is set. It is a technical legal definition, effectively. But now it's not. It was 5 years ago, but now it's not. And I'm happy to receive a report that has us really consider, well, what is our intent? But that's not what this says. This says, okay, we kind of know what our intent is. It's what we've been saying all along. Let's see what we can do to make something work. I think it's assuming too much, and it's giving us half a report. And that's why I won't be voting for it today.
Okay, speaking for the motion, Councillor Hamill to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it would be fair to say that there would be an expectation that intent probably reflects the hundreds of approvals that have been given. That would be how lawyers and how the courts typically reflect what the intent of a planning scheme is. Obviously, the absolute wording of any change would be at the discretion of council, but the interpretation of the courts of intent is approvals. Mr. Mayor, when we decided to go down the new planning scheme path, one of the options presented to us at that time was that we could make a tailored amendment to the existing planning scheme to address the 50% uplift criteria. We chose as a council not to do that, to go down the new planning scheme path instead and do everything holistically. So this is not that unusual. We've had this discussion before about the criteria, about the need to make adjustments. We decided to go down the NPS path and to do it holistically. And up until this Court of Appeal judgment, that was working. Like, we were getting decisions out, getting approvals out, things were still being appealed, but the court was continuing to rely upon existing precedents and case law. This circumstance has definitely come from left field. It needs to be dealt with, which is what the purpose of the report is about, is to say all councillors can understand the implications of this, what the process looks like, what steps are available to us. It does not lock the council into anything. Calls for a report that brings back those specifics, but what happens next will be a decision for council to make at the 15th of September or in several meetings afterwards, possibly as well.
Okay, debate's closed. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Please. Division? Yes, please. Division. Oh.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Doran, Councillor LaCastra, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Tozer, Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Taylor.
Against?
Councillor Young, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Marshall, Councillor Martin.
Motion carried. Councillors, we go to other business. Councillors, on that, international travel request, mayoral support officer. Councillors, I move that the council approve the international travel request for the mayoral support officer to Hong Kong and Shenzhen, China, from 11th October to 17th October, as detailed in the report. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Doran. Can speak on it. Councillors, the conclusions on line 15, and I draw your attention on clause 7, funding and resource requirement. There is no cost to the city. The travel is fully funded through the National Foundation for Australia-China Relation as an Australian government initiative. So, anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carry unanimous. As there's no other business, the meeting is closed at 14:48.